a committee session where we want to hold municipalities accountable. We have some municipalities located in the Waterberg district, including the district municipality. We were supposed to meet with Moalakwena local municipality, Waterberg district municipality on Wednesday. They did not come for various reasons, which were rejected by the joint portfolio committees. They were rejected because in terms of the way we run our affairs, political heads must show up as and when they are summoned. We do not accept any reason other than death. That is why we have rejected all the reasons that were advanced by the local municipalities concerned. And as a result thereof, we resolved that the political heads of those municipalities must bear the costs of the city, because we cannot allow any financial losses on our part. So they must share the losses equally, the three municipalities. So going forward, municipalities must understand that we are serious with our business, and we detest any attempts to undermine us as the portfolio committee. With these remarks, we are going to proceed as follows. I understand the municipalities with their reps are present in here, all of them. So we will proceed from the basis that the political heads are leading their respective teams. Before we go to the next item, let me acknowledge the presence of MEC for the Provincial Treasury, Honorable Khabo Lekonkoros Mahwai. Maybe if you could be able to stand up, Honorable Mahwai, so that we can. Yeah, thanks. The attendance register is circulating. Kindly complete it. And coordinators, do we have got any apologies? Starting with the CoGHSTA.
Yeah, thank you very much. In terms of apology, on our members, on the side of our members, we have our apology of Honorable Modimolle, Honorable Modimolle-Mookgophong is on treatment, and the other one, Honorable Mapu, on organizational commitment. With the apology that we have from our honorable members. Thank you very much.
I didn't see, hear the reasons properly. Can you repeat with reasons?
Based on reasons for Honorable Majomani and Honorable Mataboe, his bereavement, the issue of funerals. Then for Honorable Mapulu, organizational commitment is the apology that we have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and for Provincial Treasury Coordinator.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. For Provincial Treasury, we have got an apology from Honorable Member Kupama Guza. She's attending a committee meeting. Honorable Member Lephalale and Honorable Member Majomani, they are running a bit late, but they will be joining us in few minutes to come. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks. They will be noted as such. Item number 3, let's confirm and adopt the agenda. I hope everyone has got a copy of the agenda before him or her. Yeah, honorable members, there you are. Let's confirm the agenda. Honorable Chief. Excuse me, just hold on. Coordinator for CoGHSTA, kindly arrange somebody to move with the mic.
Thanks, Chairperson. I rise to move for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Chief. There you are, honorable members. Honorable Pokani.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to yourself, Chair, your co-chair, other honorable members present here, the mayors and their entourages, the MEC in our midst. I second the move, Chair, as made by Honorable Nishife.
Thank you, Honorable Pokani. The agenda is duly adopted as such. So this is going to guide us as and when we proceed with our proceedings today. Just before we go to item number 4, can we kindly confirm the presence of those who have been invited, starting with Waterberg District Municipality. Let's confirm your presence. Let's get one person to introduce the delegate.
Chair, Modimolle-Mookgophong, the Executive Mayor of Waterberg.
Introduce your team, Honorable Mayor.
I'm with the Accounting Officer, the Municipal Manager, Dr. Rapuzzo, and the Speaker of the institution, Mayor Kumet.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor. This is what we want. All the team is here. Isn't it, Honorable members? We don't want to hear any other person missing. Let's be serious with our affairs. Thanks, Honorable Mayor, for taking the lead. Although I must repeat it, you and the two others, mayors, are responsible for the cost of that we incurred on Wednesday. Let's go to the next municipality, which is Mogalakwena.
Okay, now thanks very much, Chair of the session, and greetings to all honorable members, MEC, all my colleagues, and our officials that are here. My name is Mookgophong, the Mayor of Modimolle-Mookgophong local municipality. I'm not alone, I'm with the Speaker of the Council, Councillor Smamadi is here. I'm also with the acting MM, Mr. Mashishi, and the CFO, Mr. Hoffman. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor Tawiatswala. Those who don't know how to pronounce vowels when they are following each other, they will say Chu Yatswala. We have got the rest Chu and Chu Yatswala. Thanks, Honorable Tawiatswala. You are also responsible for payment of the cost of Wednesday. Thanks for taking the lead. The next municipality is Lephalale. Over to the leader of the delegation.
Thanks very much, Program Director, and greetings to everyone present here. My name is Councillor Marakanala Grace, the Speaker of Council of Lephalale Municipality. I'm with the MFMA and also the CFO, the manager for infrastructure, Tate Shiko. I also see Mayor Quanta, strategic manager, and also the manager for planning. We don't have the presence of our Honorable Mayor. We just discovered here that she's not present due to illness. Thanks very much.
You see now, you are starting trouble. You want to tell us about illness now, and you have said we don't accept any other thing except death. Now that the mayor is still alive, it means that she would have to pay the cost of today. She has to pay the pro rata. We will work it out as to how much it is that she has to pay out of her own pocket. She must not use municipal funds. And because your apology is rejected, you are also not going to be allowed to be with us as and when we proceed. And with due respect, the door is open, you may leave. And the viewers at home, this is Lephalale is moving out because the mayor is undermining the joint portfolio committees on CoGHSTA and Provincial Treasury by not availing herself to this important session where we want to hold municipalities accountable. And the mayor is liable to pay the cost pro rata of today's sitting. We don't want to be undermined. We want to be taken seriously. and we will use the necessary legislation to enforce our decisions. Thanks. The last municipality is Bela-Bela. Bela-Bela, can you introduce yourself?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet yourself and the co-chairperson and honorable members of the two portfolios. My name is Gloria Mudiegi-Seleka, the Mayor of Bela-Bela. As per the invite, I'm with the Speaker of Council, Metola P. Nelizikale, the Municipal Manager, Ndade George Ramachara, the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Ndade Titi. We complied with the invitation. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor. You are on point. You complied 100%, and as a result, you are allowed to remain. Thanks. We just want to emphasize the point that our sessions are compulsory. Otherwise, if we set a precedent that this or that mayor is allowed to tender an apology, we won't have anything to do. Mayors are the political heads of their respective municipalities. They are responsible for a sign-off on Section 71 reports. And they must be able to present those reports to us as the joint committees. So, in terms of legislation, we are not necessarily here to whip you into line, but also to ensure that municipalities are empowered to carry out their functions. So our other role is to give you the necessary support. So it doesn't look like we just want to whip you and only whip you. We are going to allow every municipality to present. Members will be taking notes. Once we are done with presentations, members will be allowed to ask questions and comment based on your presentations. We are not going to say we are starting with Waterberg, others must go outside. We will handle it. Yeah, I'm being advised by my co-chair here to test as to whether the proposal is in sync with what honorable members think of. Honorable members, there is the proposal that all of them remain in here. They present one by one. Once we are done, we pose questions and comments and discuss. So that is the proposal. Over to you, Honorable Mookgophong.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think while I have no objection to all the municipalities sitting here at one time, I think a municipality must present, we must question, and on completion of that municipality section, we can release them then. But I think the questions and answer sessions must be done after each municipality. Otherwise, it's going to become very confusing by the end. So no objection to all the municipalities sitting in, but I think the question and answer sessions must be done municipality by municipality. On completion, that municipality may then leave. Thank you.
Thanks. It makes perfect sense. We are not necessarily far apart. Let's handle it that way. They remain, they present one by one, all of them. Once they are done, one by one, members will be able to ask questions. We discuss, we release them in that order, and then that is fine. Let's do it that way. Thanks, Honorable Wilson. Now is the time to request the Honorable Mayor for Waterberg District Municipality to make a presentation on behalf of this municipality. Over to you, Honorable Mayor Maeko.
No, thank you very much, the chairperson of the session, Honorable Spuru, and the co-chair, Mtate Piedi, the MEC, Mtate Mahwai, and your team, members of the provincial legislature, the mayors of our local municipality, Mayor Tulani, Taugatswala, and Meselika, the supporting staff of the provincial portfolio committees, because it's a joint session. And good morning. Let me start by rendering my apology for not being present on the meeting that was scheduled. I think it was on Wednesday. Indeed, it was due to ill health. Even today, Chair, I'm not well, and this is my medical proof, so that the Chair can see that there is no any intention to undermine this important session, because it's all about the interest of our people. Chair. Hoping we have assembled here, Chair, with a common purpose. Like you have already alluded, that you are here to give support, but also hoping that you are here to resolve our challenges, especially financial challenges facing our institution. Waterberg District Municipality is a category C1 district. Is responsible for providing our people with the following functions: disaster, firefighting, municipal health services, and air quality. We also want the committee to note that this is the only district in Limpopo which is not a water service municipality. Unfortunately, when we raise this point, we become joke to some of us, but it's real. We are the only district in the province. And we observe with serious pains, Chair, our communities from Rohoroi, Tabazimbi, even today, they are still struggling with water. And it is almost for more than 6 to 7 years. Bagambek area, where Comrade Tauatswala, Mayor Tauatswala, they are as well as struggling there in terms of water supply. Your township, Marapum, and other villages at local, Lephalale local municipality are experiencing the same challenges. And we are unable to intervene as a district due to our financial challenges. Besides, the President launched a district development model with an intention to speed up service delivery. Let me go straight to the table of content of the report. It talks about mainly unfunded mandate, which continue to threaten the financial sustainability of our institution. Also acknowledging the role of the Provincial Treasury is playing on revenue enhancement mechanism to ensure financial sustainability. Financial recovery plan to address the growing financial deficit, and also including exploring various strategies of reducing and containing operational costs. This is, and we are having a monthly strategic session for monitoring our strategic plans with the Treasury. So those issues that I'm raising, I think is contained on the table of content. So I don't want to read word by word there. They are under introduction and background. Can we go to the next slide? Institutional health. On institutional health, the focus area is the funding, budget, repair, and maintenance, including distribution losses. Our observation is that all of them are unfunded due to limited revenue resources. We can't even maintain and repair our aging assets. When coming to service delivery under the institutional health, impact is none. Like I indicated that we don't have sufficient fund to fund or fund the infrastructure projects. Except when we partner with the private sector, trying to use the district development model. And this situation affected our institutional health badly. 35% of our budget goes to fire and health services. And both of them are unfunded mandate. We don't even receive even a cent either from the national government or from provincial government. And we are spending the grants allocation just to try and cater.
I just wanted if you could be able to put your mouth away from the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit, then you will be fine.
Yeah, I'm saying 35% of our budget goes to fire and health services. And both of them are unfunded mandate. And I'm talking about 35% of 195,863. So it goes straight to cater the fire services under disaster and the health services. And it also resulted to a budgeted below of 8% because of cash flow constraints. And that's the reason why our budget is unfunded. Our district used to have savings, but those savings were to augment the deficit for the past 5 years. But I must also indicate that through the Treasury assessment, they recommended us that the council must investigate the spending of the municipal savings, of which we are busy with the investigation as per the recommendation from the Treasury. But I can attest that we spend a lot of money or spend the savings because of our unfunded budget. We were trying to augment for the past 5 years with those savings. Can you go to the slide of the adjustment budget? Our district approved adjustment budget of 197,862 for the year 2025 and 2026 financial year. We received additional allocation from the provincial government, which led to a surplus amounted to 1.5360. This district has a limited opportunity for revenue due to reduced of power and functions by our own government, because it's the government who decided to reduce the power from the district. It's yourself, Chair. It is like we are deliberately make the people of Waterberg to suffer. We only rely on grants and subsidies. We are like a satellite, I used to say. We are like a satellite of Mogalakwena local municipality, if I have to give an example. Because if you check the budget, I think it's equal to one project, water project of Mogalakwena local municipality. And it is very much painful. Well, still in the institutional health, we can proudly mention that the Council of Waterberg is stable, very much stable. is able to meet, take decision, and relating very well with the traditional leaders. And our traditional leaders are able to release land for the development. We are relating very well. What is needed is support from our provincial government. Some of the municipalities has not signed the performance agreement and is not escalated to all levels, of which some are doing very well. And this impacts negatively on accountability. Can we go to the government grants allocation? The equitable shares allocation will receive 151,221,000, which is 2.24% increase for 2025 budget. Municipal financial management grant is increased with 100,000, and the total is 1.1 million from the previous year's allocation. RAMS allocation is 2.5 million, which 4.47 increase. EPWP allocation amounting 3 million. Let me go to financial health of the institution, and the focus area is MSCOA, financial recovery plan, use of consultant on infrastructure and revenue management. And I will go straight to the observation. We don't have any problem in paying creditors. The creditors are paid within 30 days with the little resources that we have. The current financial recovery plan has not yielded a desired result. Still not finalized. The Treasury is busy helping us. No infrastructure projects or consultant, like I indicated before. The only source of revenue is the abattoir, fire health, of which we are at least the revenue constituting 3% of the budget were at least managed to enhance a revenue of 3% of the total budget through the abattoir. Generally, we are financially distressed, and I want to be honest to this joint sitting. We are not financially viable in a short and a medium term. The next slide is financial governance. Under the the financial governance, the consequences management is there. The municipality has UIFW strategy in place. The audit committee, the MP committee, both of them are functional. The district has updated AAP accordingly with AAP system, and AFS is prepared internally. Annual financial statement is prepared internally. The Waterberg District Municipality has attained a clean audit. The district doesn't use consultant. When coming to the compliance report of senior managers, we are still having 2 outstanding reports. Let's get to the use of consultants on VAT, AFS, and FAR. Waterberg District does not use consultant on VAT, AFR and AFS. However, the review of AFS is outsourced. The district has no UIFWE, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And then the next slide is on service delivery. The Waterberg does not have an infrastructure services. However, the health, air quality monitoring, and fire service are provided. We have no cashback reserves. Let me go to a sector department and social partners. The relationship with the sector department is healthy, including our social partners. We have established a number of programs and projects with the following sector departments and strategic partners. Departments of Water and Sanitation, we establish a multi-stakeholder tax team to deal with all water delays, but also to support the implementation of bulk water projects. And all local mayors are sitting in this multi-stakeholder tax team just to try and unlock some other projects, especially where there are some delays. We have also established a multi-stakeholder tax team implementing a bulk water projects. Your Mohala-Kwena projects, your Lephalale projects, Pilanesberg projects, bulk water, and then Moretele Northwest, all the projects within Waterberg. And we are doing very well just to try to unlock those projects. But the unfortunate part, of which I think I should also indicate, there is a lot of investment in Waterberg District Municipality, especially on water and roads infrastructure by the Department of Water Affairs and Sandra. But we hope that these multi-billion projects, in return, they must be able to address unemployment in the district. They must also help us in terms of skilling young people, but empowering local business people within the district, but also within the province, considering the fact that Waterberg is part of Limpopo and is part of South Africa. It's not an island. But the unfortunate part, Chair, most of these projects are bringing people, majority of them, from outside Limpopo province. And when you raise this thing sharply in a meeting, you become someone who is arrogant, you become like someone alluring, you don't want people from other areas, and it must come very clear. This project must first benefit our people. It can't be correct that people are bringing billions of rands to Limpopo, but only to find out that the people of Limpopo become spectators. It can't be correct. So I'm raising this thing because when we engage them in meetings, they will come to yourself and say the executive mayor is disrupting, the executive mayor he wants to dictate about who must be appointed where. We don't want even to entertain the supply chain. It's for them to decide. But our plea is that these projects must benefit the people of Waterberg and Limpopo. And I will give you an example. There is a project of the Mega 2 project in Lephalale, from Tabazimbi to Lephalale, at the estimation of 17 million there. But if you can go there, just to go there and do visit, you will find that they have already recruited almost 30% of their workforce. And out of 30%, 80 to 90% are not even from Limpopo. And we must remain quiet. We must remain quiet. Once you speak, it's a problem. Same applies to Sandra. They are doing the same. They are doing the same. They are bringing a lot of multi-billion projects. Money from Joburg, but it goes back again to Joburg. There is no circulation of money. That is why the district is not growing economically. There is a lot of investment, but we are not growing because our people are not given a preference in terms of empowerment. So we are pleading to the committee that you must also maybe investigate or to take it further. The relationship is there, but that relationship, I can say, is not benefiting our people in terms of employment. But in terms of development, yes, we see development. But who are the beneficiaries of this development? The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Leaders, I think we're working very well with them. We are meeting, discussing, and there is another stakeholder engagement committee on energy, specifically for the electrification of our rural villages, and where we experience challenges on electricity supply. All the strategic stakeholders are part of the committee. It's where we unlock certain projects. Lastly is on the projects from our sector departments. I'm not going to mention it, I think it's the last slide. The Department of Education has 19 projects with the value of 510 million. CoGHSTA 12 projects with a value of 586 million. Department of Agriculture with a value of 8 million. Your ESCOM, your RAL and SANRAL, a RAL with a value of 847 million in the district for 2025-2026. Department of Environment and Forestry and Fishery, 8 projects with a value of 27 million. And the Department of Water and Sanitation. And these are the report, Chair, to the joint sitting from Waterberg, unless if Onalentweg is keeping unaware, then with your permission, I think the MM can add. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for your presentation. I hope honorable members were taking notes. Well, if MM have anything to add, he said you covered all. I will urge our honorable mayors to do their presentation making use of the pulpit, because you can see you are struggling, Executive Mayor, to hold your mic. Nevertheless, MEC, I think when we built, pulpit was also part of the equipment to be used for this session, and therefore it will be, you said, what irregular, unauthorized, wasteful expenditure. We don't want to incur that. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I will not waste time. I'll request the Mayor of Bela-Bela to come and give us a presentation. But I think timing will also be important. If we make it at least 45 minutes each, if you think it will be within our time, it will be fine. But 45 minutes presentation, I think will assist us to, we don't want to see ourselves left alone here when people will be giving, because today is Friday, Renaka say Josab Renaka local panto Hakanetamuku, Arnabo Shiterete, but by Lokakanetamuku. So we can hope the Mayor of Bela-Bela to ascend the stage and do the presentation. Okay?
Forgive me, Chair, sorry, the decision we made as a committee when the other chairperson was present was that we would engage municipality by municipality. We question Waterberg. Waterberg is finished, they may then retire. We need to deal with municipalities while they're fresh in our mind. We don't want to start confusing municipalities later, please, if you don't mind, Chair. Thank you.
Honourable members? That way? Okay, there's only one thing that I will urge that should not happen. Because in her proposal, she was saying after every municipality has made a presentation and has been engaged, then the municipality can leave. I will not really support that one. Let us all be here for this session until we come to our conclusion. That is my honorable proposal. Nevertheless, it still stands. Honorable members, it's your time to engage on the presentation made by Honorable Mayeko, Honorable Mayeko. Can we take hands? Honorable Machete. So it seems all your hands are up. So I'll start from the Honorable Mookgophong.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to everyone. Honorable Chair, we're given presentations that we're thinking that we're going to focus on the reports that we're given. So I'll ask Modimolle and focus exactly on what we're here for. Because if you come with other things, it's going to be a serious problem. Because we'll also come with other things that they're not ready for. So let's focus on the report so that we can question that. Thank you very much.
Are you in that order?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and greetings to you and honorable members and also the municipalities that are present today. Chair, I've got a few questions to the municipality in terms of debt management and also the issue of credit control. One, what measures have been taken to address non-compliance related to the implementation of debts and credit control policies? Two, what influenced the lack of revenue collection and what strategies are in place to address the issues on revenue collection? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I have 5 questions here to the Waterberg District after the presentation. No, the district faces unfunded budget, dependence on grant, high employee cost, limited revenue source, and financial distress. My question here is, the municipality derives approximately 98% of its revenue from grant and subsidies. What alternatives revenue streams are being developed to reduce dependency on transfer? Secondly, employee cost and councillor remuneration accounts for approximately 73% of operating expenditure, significantly above acceptable norms. What measures are being taken to reduce the expenditure? My third question is that the municipality has experienced unfunded budget for several consecutive years. What is the implementation status of the financial recovery plan, and what measurable outcome are expected during this financial year? I go first again. Number 4, the district indicated that it has limited revenue generating functions. Has the municipality undertaken any feasibility studies to diversify its revenue based, and what were the outcomes? And the 5th one, the municipality continued to pay creditors beyond 30 days. What mechanism has been introduced to ensure compliance with Section 65 of the MFMA? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Mayor. But Mayor, with all due respect, apart from the legalities and the constitutional setups of municipalities, it's very hard to justify your existence at the moment. You don't provide much service. You've got fire, air quality, you've got health, and you've got an abattoir. The the total of which brings in 3% of your revenue, but it's unfunded regardless. Your abattoir is costing you 8 million rand a month, and you're getting 2 million rand a month income out of it. You're already going to run into a huge problem as far as that is concerned, because for an unfunded budget, you're spending an awful lot of money on a facility that's not creating the same kind of revenue, so you are running loss after loss after loss every single month. In the third quarter, your operational costs were already at 118% of your budget. You were already overrunning your budget in the third quarter. And you are totally reliant on grants for survival. And your only access to cash, according to the research report, was that for your last quarter, you only had 40.447 million money in the bank, which is obviously grants. Okay, that's the cash you had physically to see you through the last quarter. And I doubt that that's going to cover your costs. They're grants monies. So the question then is that if that is all you have available to you, and that can only be used on grants, how are you going to cover your operational costs? Where are the operational costs coming from? Because you can't use grants for things other than what they are ring-fenced for. And you are sitting with a staff contingent, thank you. You are sitting with a staff contingent of 468 people. Now I'd really, if all you are supplying is fire, air quality, health, and an abattoir running at a hell of a loss, I would really like to see your organogram, because I'm not sure how you justify 468 members of staff. And I think, seeing Chairperson, if we may, I think at some point we need to see that very urgently. And particularly how many staff have been employed in the last year or two. You can't be employing people if you can't deliver services. Therefore, you have to justify why those people are being employed, and I cannot see any justification for that amount of staff for a municipality that does not deliver services at all. I'd like to, and you mentioned that you are in discussions with Eskom to expand electricity to people in rural areas who don't have it at the moment. What you didn't mention is, what do you owe to Eskom presently? It's all very well to say we're going to ask Eskom to put more electricity in, which is wonderful. But what is your debt to Eskom? That is not mentioned at all. If you owe Eskom money already, you can't be asking them to provide more services. That's going to put you deeper into debt. On the documentation we saw yesterday, you've got 446 plus million in investments. I'm going to put that in inverted commas, okay, as a municipality. Where is this money? What is this 46 million invested in? Where exactly is that investment sitting? And when one invests money, one expects a return on one's investment. So I think it's very critical for this portfolio to know exactly where that, and it's not on your presentation, it's on the research presentation, Mayor. Where is that 646 million? It's registered basically as investments. Where is it? Who's it invested with? What is the return on that investment? Is that not providing you revenue if there is a return or an interest or something repayment on there? I think we need access to that information very, very urgently. And I think I'll hand over to my colleague. I'll leave it for there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will not repeat what previous colleagues said, but I would also want other mayors, when they come on their presentations, because as you see in the heading deals with Section 71 reports. And I would find that I want us to just focus or refocus some of these. I understand the bigger concerns, the bigger problems what you play, what you don't want to, all of those things. So just for the previous next round of discussions, let's just resume and reanalyze why we are here. I think that is what Honorable Mookgophong was trying to say, and I just wanted to re-emphasize that. But let me just try to focus on the financial health of the municipality, and this is where some of my questions would want to come. So, your key service deliverables are your air quality, your fire, and your abattoir. Now, in both your air quality and your fire stations, your service level agreements with your municipalities that you serve, is there a section that deals with an income stream? Because I know that if we've got a fire in Mogalakwena, I know 5 houses burned down in town, but the fire brigade only came there the next day. Because people are on duty up until 10 o'clock at night, and after 10 o'clock people go home, and when people need to be called, people get called when they are at home. These are real issues. I can give you events, times, I can give you people's names, people driving to the fire station. So I don't want to go into those things. I want to focus on the financial viability of the institution. So how are you strengthening that stream of your service level agreement, which may lead or could lead to a function? Because you deliver a service, you deliver health services on behalf of government. I've heard your plea that you don't get the mandate, or it's not your mandate, but there's a service being delivered. I want to give you an example. So when local municipalities rights or assist with licensing of vehicles or disc for your driver's licenses, certain proportion of that disc or license go to the local municipality, the balance goes to a provincial fiscus. So you have got to start thinking on how do you bring that same principle in order to augment that services. So where are we? Are those discussions happening? And so what we are going to do about it. When you look at your SOEs and you're already 42 million rand in debt, if I look at the end of the year, in brackets, or close to 42 million, because you've already exceeded in your third quarter your expenditure. So if I'm right, it's close enough, if I round it off, that your operational budget deficit is 42 million rand. Where's the 42 million rand going to come from? You are going to run in debt. So where's it going to go? Who are you not going to pay? Or where's that environment going to come from? Because an over expenditure on any line item is just as bad as an under expenditure. So please just give me an indication on where's that going to go. When you look at your operational organogram and the number of people, and we talk about 73% expenditure on your SOEs, your total SOE budget, and where the norm must be between 25 and 45 or 50%. So clearly you've got to look at your organogram, and you needed to start looking at a revised organogram on the one side, running with a possible skills audit that needs to speak to that revised organogram. Have you done something like that, Honourable Mayor? I'm just asking because it's not something nice to do, but Limpopo government were able to bring its organogram or its SOE expenditure jump over the last few years with 6%. So under difficult circumstances, it can be done. I want to know, are you doing something about it? Because on one of your slides, you were talking about when you said that you were not financially viable, you are 2 senior managers, it still needs to fill a certain space. And I think that was when you were talking about your financial viability or dealing with your unwanted expenditure and the impact and all of those things. So already in my mind, I'm saying, okay, we're short 2 senior managers, but then it's already giving me a red flag on the bigger organograms thing. So I do believe that there's a need for you to look at that. If you look at your money in bank, that 40 million rand that's in bank, how much of that is committed to actual expenditure, investment, grant fund, specific projects within the current financial year? Because what I'm trying to understand is, what is your actual shortfall at the end of the year? Is it the 42 million rand that I'm seeing that came through your slide? And Honourable Mayor, when one of your comments that you made is to say that you are paying creditors on time within a 30-day period. The report that we got from Treasury is that there are certain creditors that are not paying within that time frame. So let's just be cautioned to the other mayors that we also got a report from Treasury on your debt analysis and your creditor analysis that was drawn from the statement. So not all creditors are paid within that line. Rather say that there are 2 or 3 creditors, so that I don't want to go into a situation that I question the credibility of such an individual. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let's welcome the presentation by the Executive Mayor. But just to get a sense with regard to the water service status, align it with the powers and function as set out in the legislations. There is an indication that you are the only district which is not a water service authority. The question that flows from that remark is to, what is it that you have done as a district to ensure that you are able to get that you become a water service authority? Just to paint a picture so that we have got a sense of what is it that we have done and what are these blockages that are there that hinders that process to be finally get done. 2 will relate to the issue of consultants. There is an indication that you are, of course, outsourcing on the annual financial statements. Can you just brief us in terms of what are the constraints in terms of your internal capacity? And what is it that you are doing to improve so that you are able to move out of the category of using the consultants? And are these consultants in the course of compiling or compilation of the annual financial statement have the courtesy to transfer skills to your staff, so that in the long run or in the short medium term they are able to exit the institution and you remain as an institution to compile your own annual financial statements? On the employment opportunity, you have indicated that when there are opportunities are not largely meant for the locals. Can you briefly indicate to us what are the interventions that you have done to ensure that that matter gets resolved? And I think I should appreciate that you were able to establish some stakeholder engagement in some other sectors of your areas. But to be specific on employment opportunities, what is it that you have done that that matter get resolved? So that as seated here, as you correctly alluded, that if you are to engage on that matter, they will eventually come here and say, look at what the district mayor is doing. And we would have to take a keen interest because it is our view that on matters of local economic development, and there are certain issues that you must be able to handle them at that level, you should be able to find ways of creating frameworks and intervention to deal with that. But if indeed, as seated here, we may want to have a way in which we will have an hindrance in relation to the work that we are doing, I think that information we should be able to have. Because it's not really pleasing to hear that information. Because we believe that you should be able to deal with the issues that are confronting yourself at that level, just to get a sense of what are the interventions and what are these hindrances that come in terms of dealing with the problem with regard to employment opportunities. This is our view that in all the projects, members of the community must be able to benefit in the form of getting employment. Unless on other specialities that which they may not have, it is easily understood that they may not have that, and as a result, you were able to get some other people from outside to assist. The last question will relate to your way of dealing with the issue of private-public partnership. Just to get a sense, because there may be other stakeholders that may contribute towards local economic development, towards job creations at that level of the district. Who are these stakeholders? Do you have them? And if you have them, can you just give us a sense in relation to their contribution towards community upliftment, which would also include issues relating to employment opportunities, and also to have a sense whether they are able to comply fully to their social labor plans, because one or another they should be able to assist communities with regard to some of the services that you may need and that they may feel that they should be able to do. So I think one should be able to appreciate the report as you presented, Honorable Mayor, it gives us a sense in relation to how we should be able to assist in that regard. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone in the House. All protocol observed. Chairperson, let me first appreciate the report as presented by the Executive Mayor and also commend the Executive Mayor. During his presentation, I've just seen that they don't have the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So it is a good thing, and I think we must just let other municipalities go and benchmark how are they doing it, because it's a challenge in most of the municipalities. Chairperson, during the Executive Mayor's presentation, there was a slide that shows that there was an incomplete and inaccurate reporting of Section 71. So I just wanted to find out why. Why is it not completed? The other issue that I just want to find out is that the municipality chair is it's a grant dependent municipality. So how are they intending to be out of, how are they intending to work to be out of the grant dependent moving forward? And the other issue, Chairperson, is that what are the financial risks that the municipality identified for the current financial year, and what mitigation measures are in place? And then the other issue that I want to find out from the Executive Mayor and his team is that what are the financial risks, what are the measures in place to improve their revenue collection and also to reduce their growing debtors book? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. I guess, Chair, my colleagues has covered a vast area of issues that I would have loved to raise, except one or two. Let me welcome the presentation as made by the Executive Mayor, and appreciate the fact that the district municipality of Waterberg has consistently received a clean audit. We really must appreciate that. But in the same vein, I would want to check with the district municipality, having consistently achieved a clean audit, what role has it been playing in order to support and assist the local municipalities so that they are also able to improve with regard to the audit opinions? The other question would be, Honorable Machete raised it, but I raised it in a way I understood the presentation by the mayor. There was an indication to say there are no consultants that are used in the district municipality. But there is also an indication that AFS review is outsourced. My understanding is that with regard to the compilation, of course, obviously, the municipality will be doing that by themselves. But the only issue will be who are they using in order to review this AFS. My last question would be, I guess other members have had issues on it. There is an issue of the district having had some reserves in some years back, and those reserves have been utilized to address the deficit, as the presentation made by the executive mayor indicated. And there is an issue that the executive mayor indicated that council is busy with in investigating the utilization of those reserves. But I would just want to check with the district. I got my own assumption. To what extent is the staff complement as it obtains at present impacting on the financial viability of the municipality? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and greetings to the honorable members and the municipality. Yes, of course, bulk of the questions has already been raised by my colleagues, but I'll just raise just about 2 questions. In the presentation, Executive Mayor, as you were making on the state of the finance of the municipality, you raised the issue of that there's a process of developing a financial recovery plan to address the growth deficit. I just want to check, is it done by the municipality, or you are being, assisted by the province? And maybe you also expatiate as to how is the province actually intervening in dealing with the situation as it is? Because the state of the finance of the municipality, you could see indeed there's a very serious problem. And then you also spoke about the unfunded mandate, where you said there is no funding from the province and the national. So you are, in other words, you are sitting on unfunded budget, meaning that even in terms of providing services that you are supposed to provide to the communities, you are actually using an unfunded budget, which is very, very critical, because it means much of the services that are supposed to be provided to communities, you only promise the community, but you are struggling in actual fact to provide those services. The last one, of course, you spoke about the relying on fire and health services, which are not funded, and you emphasize the issue of cash flow constraint. But my question that I've raised, although some of the honorable members have just raised it, how are you able currently able to sustain your programs as the municipality. And also, in terms of your organogram, I just want to understand the functions, actually, to be clear, the functions that the municipality is rendering. Because the way I see it, it's like the municipality does not have functions. In the state, it is now. You have got no function at the municipality. And it brings the question of your existence. Maybe the Treasury will also, or the CoGHSTA will also come ahead in terms of responding to this. I think for now, those are my comment and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for engaging with the presentation from our Mayor, Executive Mayor Meko. Before I take it back for the municipality to respond, just to remind you that on our far left there is Honorable Mokaba. Far left. Number 2 is Honorable Lephalale. Next to Honorable Mokaba. And number 3 is Honorable Wilson. There shouldn't be a confusion that Honorable Majumani said will not join us because there are family issue bereavements. It's not this one. We are having 2 Majumanis, so she didn't multiply. Honorable Majuman, then Honorable Wilson, Honorable Small, Honorable Machete, Honorable Miklope, the one who's here, and Honorable Pukan, and Honorable Najfefe, and Honorable Prince Chibas. I'm just, in case you have forgotten, I just remind you that these are the honorables who are with us. I know that it might not be part of my responsibility, but let me say we're having Honorable MEC Mawai. I'm just saying it again so that to refresh our minds. And next to Honorable Mawai, we're having Mr. Pratt, HOD, Treasury, as well as Dr. Malachela, CoGHSTA, HOD. And I hope our officials will not take an offense on this. The second one is that the mayor from Bela-Bela, excuse me, not to say I'm lobbied. I did not follow the program. The program says after Executive Mayor is Mugalakwen. Let's follow the sequence. I'm just correcting myself. Remember, I said you'll follow. Thank you very much. And again, just to engage on the presentation, Honorable Executive Mayor, I just want to go back to your collection on the abattoir, so that we need to clear the confusion if there is. Because my understanding is that there might be a confusion when coming to the anticipation as well as the actual money received. Because I heard Honorable Wilson saying you're spending 8 million, but you say your collection is 2 million. And my understanding is that budget is not actual physical funds. Normally we have this thing of saying, let me give a classical example on tax rates and taxes. With the number of residents we have or households, will say we'll collect 12 million from rates and taxes, which is an anticipation when you put in a budget. But how people respond, or the residents of the household respond, will be something else that can give you even 50 million, more than what you budgeted for. So the same, I want to check if the 2 million I'm talking about is what you are anticipating, but finally you collect 2 million. That is the clarity I will need to get from you. And secondly, in your report, it talks about that in the previous years we had the reserves. Then what depleted the reserves? That is what I want to check with you. Sometimes I'll do it as if, at the same time, couple that with the your diagram. That the number of employees, because on the operational budget, I think the spending on that may be one of the reasons. You'll clarify that one. But I want to come to the unfortunate part of Waterberg municipality. You know, you were comparing Waterberg municipality with other municipalities. I just want to see if it is not the reason that I'm going to advance that led that municipality to be in that order. Remember, your municipality is mostly from the white areas, the so-called white areas of that time. And most of the municipalities of that time were doing things by themselves. I will give classical example between Blowback local municipality as well as Modimolle local municipality, where Modimolle was a white area. And Blowback municipality had to, or let me talk about Capricorn. Most of the municipalities in Capricorn are from homelands, which did not have municipalities before. So when they came up with the responsibilities like water services, it has been very easy for Capricorn to be responsible for water services and many other services. In your case, because the local municipalities are rendering those services, is it not the reason why you are in that state of affairs? I'm just checking, I'm not sure. Maybe you'll assist. At the same time, so that we can, when we advance on what can be done, we know that what are the reasons why? Because it has been asked by Honorable Machete that why is it in that form and what is it that we are doing so that the problem you were raising, or let me say challenges you raised about other district municipalities who are having these functions, but in your case, you don't have. At the back of my mind, I thought, oh, by the way, Waterberg, because of its nature, of where we are coming from historically, that might be the reason, but you'll help on that, in that regard. Those are the few things I wanted to sponsor for this sitting. At the same time, I will request the Executive Mayor and MM, and those who might be at that space also to respond to questions or inputs made by honorable members. Executive Mayor.
Now, with your permission, Chair, I will then request the municipal manager to start. If there is any input from the speaker, she will then input, then I will come later. But with the last question, Chair, we don't have any problem with local municipalities to do water service reticulation, especially in the local municipalities. But when coming to the regional reticulation, we strongly believe that it is the responsibility of the district. I don't want to go back, but all along, Waterberg was given this responsibility, and it was taken away during the term of the MEC Joe Masongai, and it was a political move. I don't want to go deeper into it. Amen.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Thank you, Chair. Allow us to welcome all the questions. I will respond to them without necessarily referring to the honorable members who asked them, so that I don't mix up their names. I will just club those that are similar. Perhaps, maybe let me start with the latest one, the one on abattoir, as you did alluded to, Chair. Indeed, it is 8 million that is spent, but what is collected, it's 2. So it's important to also understand that this is a service abattoir. So normally, of course, ideally we want to break even when we plan and everything else in terms of what we spend at the abattoir for its operation and what we collect. But because you do have other competing abattoirs in and around the district, at the end you end up collecting on average, that is the actual that we are able to collect. So what do we do? I think I will also addressing some of the questions that were raised in relation to that. What is it that we are doing to ensure that this abattoir is viable? We have, council have tried different methods in terms of maybe going the route of PPP, which at that time there was no appetite per se. I think lately there's been another decision that has been taken, maybe let's explore the leasing of that so that that whole money will actually be able to be collected to the direction of council. So there are different options that are being considered. But linking that with the question that was asked in terms of the PPP, whether we consider the PPP approaches, the Commonwealth local government did a feasibility study for us for a full value chain commercial abattoir, which will then, since Waterberg is one of the red meat district within the province, which will then look into exporting the red meat outside of the country to those countries that are taking as such. That exercise was done, and which is in exclusion of the current abattoir, because this one is fully service abattoir, and with the understanding that once the full value chain, specifically for abattoir, is operational, then we should also be able to mobilize those clients that we're going to other places to actually go to this one, which will be also enhanced in terms of its efficiencies and so forth, which will become as a pull factor to different service customers who might have seen it better to go to other abattoirs and so forth. In terms of, I think the one question was also asked of whether are we, what is it that we have done with regard to WSA? I think the one that also the executive mayor touched on. We have been engaging with DWS, and I think they have also indicated on their part that as a district, they were in agreement with us that we will need to then be given that responsibility of regional bulk services. Obviously, that means some roles that are done by your water boards or water users, as well as the department, may have to be changed. So that's an area that the department, DWS, will have to then work around, and ultimately with CoGHSTA, as the CoGHSTA ultimately will be the department that will then communicate or gazette those changes in terms of, but there's a discussion that is still underway. The use of consultants in terms of the review of the AFSs and so forth. I think the recent discussions that we've had with both Provincial, Treasury, AG, these matters, and CoGHSTA, this matter, it was emphasized that ultimately we must also be able to use government in terms of the review, because there are those capabilities within Provincial Treasury, instead of even for the review to use the consultant. So in essence, that is a direction as a municipality that we will be going. Of course, in the past, we would use as a consultant to review, but the development, compilation, we have always done in-house. And I think the part, as we progress, that we are also still using for the external review is the one in relation to the assets, where then we pull that expertise outside to be able to just review if we have done our assets compilation is actually complete and all those other matters. And of course, we are very much amenable to use the capabilities that are there within government, because from where we're standing, it will also assist us to minimize any other costs that we are incurring in terms of maybe the service providers outside. In terms of what is the district getting at lane audit, what is it that we are doing in support of our local municipalities? The person who have actually been our strength in terms of compiling was appointed with the view that he must also build capacity internally within the district, and then so that he spend also more time in terms of supporting our local municipalities. And of course, they can attest, most of our locals were supported by the capacity that we have built in the district to troubleshoot some of the concerns that were there. And that was of course done in collaboration with your provincial treasury and CoGHSTA as well, together with our local municipalities. Of course, we have lost that capacity to Mogalakwena now, so we are building it again from scratch. In terms of, yes, this one is very much important. It was asked several times, our structure, 400 and odd structure. That is the comprehensive structure as it is. But our vacancy, the positions that were prioritized for being filled is 380. And then those that are currently filled is around 211, if I'm not mistaken. And so our structure, in essence, and just to say that we are in compliance with the 30/70 requirement in terms of staff regulations. That means 70% being those that are actually doing the services and 30 being the support staff. So where we are now, we are, because from someone looking from outside, it may appear as if our structure is bloated, but we are actually understaffed. Because what is required in terms of, for example, the people that man a single fire engine, it must be 4 personnel. But currently, with our current staff, we are below that. Also in terms of municipal health practitioners, each practitioner is supposed to service 10,000 households, meaning at Waterberg we are around 760 population, meaning that you need 76 practitioners. Currently we have 40 something, which is below that still. So we are understaffed in terms of those, and the reason being it is because as you have seen that the employee related costs, those are the biggest cost drivers of our operational costs as an institution. So we normally feel that those positions one by one, as and when a budget permits. So that's where we are. So what we have done in support in collaboration with CoGHSTA National as well as CoGHSTA, they have started what they call a prototype structure. For example, say for municipalities of a type of Waterberg, the C1 across the whole country, this is the structure that you are supposed to have. They have done that exercise, they've concluded, so we are waiting the finalization thereof so that ultimately, because the purpose of that one, what it does, it also compress some of the positions to minimize maybe having to have a bigger structure, but it brings all the relevant responsibilities that are supposed to be performed by that type of a municipality. Powers and functions. We have we are responsible for municipal health, as I indicated, fire services and rescue, air quality management as a district, as well as disaster management. And I think what we've always emphasized, and of course one of the other part is the integrated planning across the whole district, which is actually done through your IDP processes, where we have to then come up with a framework plan for that purpose. So what we have always emphasized, particularly in relation to disaster, and we have raised as an observation, as an anomaly, we have raised it together with both CoGHSTA and CoGHSTA National, because those are the departments responsible for this. It's a grant known as Municipal Disaster Relief Grant, if I'm recalling well. But the district, as a custodian of disaster in the district, is not permitted to apply on that grant. Because from where we're standing, that's where we can begin to build capacity in terms of your responsiveness and so forth. Whereas rightfully so, our locals, they already have grants that they use. For example, if a road is damaged, they do have a grant for that. But also, they are able to apply through that grant again, that disaster relief, to be able to come and attend to the infrastructure damage as a consequence of disaster. So we think that is an anomaly within the system that may need to be addressed. Of course, the fire and municipal health, they are underfunded because when they were transferred to the district, not adequate funding followed those functions. Hence, ultimately, in the beginning, the district could cope with that because the reserves were still fine. They could actually counterfund that. But as the reserves get depleted, then that became more exposed. You look into other districts like those that are water service authorities in the province, they don't have a problem with those functions because they're able to cross-subsidize from the resources that they are having. But with us, then it becomes more of an exposure because of those the challenges. I think the question in relation to the reserves as to what's really transpired. You will take note, honourable members, that when during the time when the district still had the reserves, we were able to fulfill most of these functions that we have. Our budget was fully funded, and then there were no issues to really tap into that. As and when equitable share comes in, it will normally go to build up your reserves because you could still continue. But as time goes on, because the equitable share was also decreasing, I mean, increasing at a decreasing rate. Like the current one that we receive, it was actually increased by about 2.5%. When you look at all the increases, the salaries of employees for the current financial increased by 4.75. Your municipal services that the district pay increased by above 10%. Other services that we do, they increase. So on average, the increase of all the 5 key cost drivers, they were at around 8 or so, or else your income increased by 2.1 or 2.2%. So already it tells you from day one, you are on a back foot. So I think that is where, and that demonstrates that the dynamic of Waterberg, it's not created by inefficiencies into the system. It is actually as a consequence of the architecture, or it's a systemic in terms of how the municipality type of Waterberg was actually established and empowered. So that is one of the key things we are emphasizing within the current FRP that is being developed. As I go directly into that, so the question was raised as who is assisting us with this FRP. It is actually the responsibility of FRP after the Provincial Exco took a decision to intervene in Waterberg and also to then assist with the development of a financial recovery plan. The only responsibility or custodian of FRP is the National Treasury through their unit, the FRP services. So they are the ones who are assisting us with that, of course, with the support from the team in both CoGHSTA and the province that form part and parcel of the process. Currently, we have finalized the SQA, which is the status quo assessment. And then I think in this coming week, we will be starting now with the draft FRP moving forward. But what we have emphasized, because National Treasury has been saying you need to cut further, and we have said we have, if we were to cut further as Waterberg, we must close shop. We can no longer cut further. We've cut to the bone. We have, if you get to Waterberg, Labour is always taking the municipality to CCMA for unfair labor practice. Why? Because we've gone into some of the benefits that are not mandatory and actually cut them down. We've cut on SNTs and so forth. And we have said to the Treasury as with the assistant, as with the FRP, the current situation of Waterberg will not change up until the funding formula of municipalities is finalized. So if our FRP was to only focus on cutting of expenditure currently in Waterberg, it's not going to give a realistic response in terms of turning around the financial viability of Waterberg. And we have said in the intervening period, because already the figures are there to say in the MTREF, what is going to be the budget of Waterberg? And it's going to remain unfunded over the next 3 years. So National Treasury must be able to say, this is how we're going to intervene. This is how we're going to rescue the municipality financially up until the funding formula is finalized, and up until also other departments that can be able to sort of like bring certain responsibilities as a form of support within the district are done, both provincially and nationally. So I think that's what we are emphasizing, and we'll keep emphasizing that even when the FRP is finalized. I think the question was raised in terms of payment of our creditors within 30 days. Indeed, all our creditors are paid within 30 days. We can confirm that. The only time where we had a challenge, which was even there in our audit, you will see in our audit report, it was last year June, which led to the EXCO intervening in Waterberg. We could not pay our third parties, which was your SARS, your pension funds, and all those. And that obviously, the interest that came, particularly with SARS, the interest that came there of around 400 and something, actually was sort of like, it came in as one of those undesired expenditures, which was written off by council because already there was an understanding as to what led into it. Because in as much as we told SARS or no, we are not going to be able to pay you on times that we are able to pay you, but we are going to pay you at this particular point in time. They agreed, but still then hit us with the interest. So that was the only one, but the rest, all our creditors are paid on time. Also, in terms of the, I think I've touched on the issue of the regional services. There was a question with regard to triple Ps. What we have done as Waterberg, we have, as a council, has established the investment advisory council committee, which actually pulled all the business people with interest within Waterberg to then assist in terms of identifying different investment opportunities and then be able to profile them and ensure that they follow all the relevant processes and then also identify what are the areas, the red tapes that we need to then address within government to ensure that ultimately investment does flow. And that is going to have an impact in the medium to long term. And most of those come in the form of triple Ps. But most of those as well happen within the space of local municipalities. And the only critical way in which we are likely to get a revenue is through our development agency, which will be more of like a special purpose vehicle that will actually be implementing these initiatives across the district, and then they will have a certain percentage going to them. Then that's how we should be able to accrue those benefits. So those are, I think I've covered. In terms of our credit control and other debt, we don't have challenges with regard to those honorable members. So we have never had a situation whereby we have to pursue someone who have not paid us or for a long time and all those other matters. I think I've covered most of those. If there's anything, I think they will. Oh, no. The investment of 400, I think maybe this one, it was not necessarily within, there was an investment, 400 million up to 600 raised in relation to Waterberg. No, it is not. I think maybe it might be maybe for another municipality, because the last time we had the biggest investment as Waterberg, it was around 100 million, which was around about 5 or 6 years back. When a council then took a decision to procure the red fleet and all those. That was the biggest that the municipality had. So we have never had an investment of this big amount. Obviously, considering our situation, because we will not be where we are if we were to have that investment in our space. Thank you very much.
Speaker, is there anything? On the intervention of LED, local economic development, we have escalated the matter also to the district development, model champions. In our case, the MEC of Social Development, Honorable Mayor Ratzelani, is part of us, and the MEC of Health, Mayor Dieketseni, and nationally is Honorable Metandi Maraga. We even wrote a report to the office of the Premier, because they are also part of our stakeholder team. But we then further engage, because the problem is the implementing agencies of those big projects. We escalated the matter to the CEOs, so we are still waiting for them to give us date so that we can meet and resolve the problem. And you will then remember that Waterberg is contributing a lot, about 53% of the GDP on mining. So a lot of opportunities are in the mining sector. And we have built a working relationship also with the GMs of the mining sector, including the board members, so that they can also help us on the intervention process. But lastly, we want to make a plea to this collective, these joint portfolio committees, just to consider the situation in Waterberg and request an intervention from your part. That's the last words, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waterberg. Thanks for responding. Honorable members, anyone want to make follow-ups? Honorable Smart.
Thank you, Chair. Rather, let me make it a comment, so I keep the discussion short. The figures and the percentages that we got around the salary wage bill of the Waterberg municipality and what is coming from the other side of the floor, and the number of people working and all of that doesn't tally. I don't want to go into the argument what we've got from Treasury and what they've got. I would rather ask that the team at some point just gives us a proper breakdown and expenditure on the numbers to the portfolio committee, so that we can have a discussion on another day. I don't want to go to and fro. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smiley. Thank you once again to Waterberg through Executive Mayor. I just want to alert our colleagues that we are streaming online. So let's make sure that we keep that professionalism as high as possible. I'll request Mogalakwena Municipality Mayor to ascend the stage, come to the pulpit and do the presentation. I think he's going to use that pulpit.
Okay, no, thanks very much once more, chairs of the session, honorable members, and our colleagues, the executive mayor, local mayor, our honorable MEC, and other colleagues. I'm going to present the report of Mogalakwena local municipality but mainly focusing on the template that was requested by the provincial legislature, especially on the Section 71 report. I will go through the next slides where with the key performance areas benchmark and to indicate the institutional health, financial health. You can see there is the aspects that you see in terms of the spatial strategies, council planning, budget and reporting alignment, municipal staff regulation, funding of the budget, repairs and maintenance, distribution losses, non-compliance with the blue-green drop score, financial recovery plan, use of consultants, revenue management and indigent management. And when we move to the other key focus areas is the financial governance, which is consequence management, UIFW, corrective measures, MPEG, use of consultants on infrastructure, compliance with the minimum competency, and on service delivery is infrastructure delivery, climate change, resilient infrastructure strategy, maintenance of infrastructure, non-cash items, cash-backed provision, and water tankering. Those are the key focus areas that we are going to focus on. Here on our introductory remarks is just to indicate that as the municipality, in terms of the interface, is premised on the framework, and the council roles are setting policy parameters, the municipal objectives, and provides an oversight role through its committees. To indicate as well that there is a healthy political interface between the political and administration. The rules and orders or the standing rules and orders of the council are in place, as well as delegation of powers and function within the municipality. There is just a general understanding on the roles and responsibilities of the administration and the political. Okay, as I continue, when I focus on the key focus on key delivery infrastructure through national funding, our grants that are allocated, maybe to inform members that as the municipality we are a highly grant-funded municipality, of which water is the #1 priority in terms of the municipality and water quality monitoring standards through our DDM, achieving long-term financial sustainability. The municipalities implementing strict debt and credit control on a daily basis, improve debt collection, which will assist a long-term financial sustainability, mainly to deal with the issue of revenue collection. You know, as the municipality, there is no way that we can sustain ourselves if we are not collecting revenue. The municipalities are not like a provincial government. Remember, at a provincial government MEC, you can agree that when you budget for the salaries, you budget for the whole year. But as the municipalities, we are depending on quotas in terms of the equitable share. And if we take the equitable share to do other things and we collect revenue, we are taking a risk of not paying salaries. So enabling improved service delivery, the municipality has managed to spend 100% in terms of our conditional grants, of which our grant is water service infrastructure grant is regional bulk infrastructure grant is WISIC, is ARBIC, is municipal infrastructure grant, which is MIG, and the other one is the disaster one that we got recently to deal with the disasters that we have experienced. But maybe it's safe to inform members and honorable members that we are doing well as the municipality in terms of spending on our grants to 100%. The implication on provincial and national election, safe to inform you that as the municipality we are working very close with the IEC in terms of renting our properties, our halls, for them to operate smoothly in as far as the local government elections are concerned. Here on the institutional health, just to indicate that last year as the municipality MEC honorable members, we achieved unqualified audit opinion, of which it was difficult because we were not having the CFO. But since the CFO has been appointed this year on the 1st of April, we believe we will try to improve more. But we are also having 2 vacancies of the manager planning and corporate service support, of which we are in the process of finalizing the recruitment process. This one, I will pass it. I've already spoken about it. The issue of the grants, of which we are doing well, up to 100%. With the bulk suppliers, I know very well that honorable members are going to be very much interested on this one, of which indeed honorable members, as the municipality, we are owing ESCOM, and I don't want to go to a situation where later on honorable members will ask how much are we owing ESCOM. So we are owing ESCOM indeed because of the challenges of revenue collection, and I think we owe them around 297 million, of which we made arrangement with ESCOM, and up to so far we have paid them about 67 million, of which our arrangement with them is that we want to pay them completely around December, so that we can start to plan properly. Currently, the municipality is disputing the invoice. The other entity that we are owing is Lephalale Northern Water, of which we owe them around 20 million, of which we are having a dispute with them. Necessarily because this is the second year the entity is giving us, it was giving us dirty water in the first place, and also in terms of the megaliters that they are supposed to give us as the municipality. They were not giving us those megaliters. And after experiencing this brownish water, to deal with that brownish water, they decided again to reduce the volume to, I think, to 5 megaliters per day, of which is insufficient. But given those challenges, as the municipality, we are having a dispute with them to say, we rather pay you 50% of the money that we are owing you, necessarily because of you are also not doing good to us. When I go to MPEG, our MPEG is fully functional. Support staff has been employed in the municipality as per our organizational structure. We are having a MPEG manager from the 1st of September last year, of which the council has been right off all our historical UIFW to the value of 584 million as recommended by MPEC for 2024-2025 financial year, and MPEC is continuing with its investigations, and they are making recommendation to the council. Maybe to inform honorable members MEC that the municipality, remember, had very serious challenges to an extent where it was under section 1391B, to an extent where even the president himself sanctioned SIU to come and do some investigations. So don't be surprised when you see that 584 million of UIFW is because there were problems of corruptions of some other water tankers, tender problems, the hiring of about 400 illegal employees in the municipality, of which what I can report now is that as the municipality, we have implemented all those recommendations from the Special Investigation Unit. This one talks about the spatial strategies, of which I don't want to waste much of your time, honorable members, reading some of the things that are not related to the Section 71 reporting template, but our council indeed is very stable. Majority of out of 64 councillors, majority is the ANC with 42, and the remaining is our opposition parties, of which in terms of planning and reporting alignment, safe to indicate that the IDP and the budget have been aligned with the 2026-2027 financial year. The municipality continues to action the M-Square implementation plan to address any alignment issues that are raised in the Section 71 monthly report. In terms of the municipal staff regulation, safe to indicate that performance management is cascaded to the level of I don't see properly. Is the municipality has 2 years has a 2 cascading plan in place to complete all performance agreements that are for all our staff. And as I continue to our financial health, safe to indicate that as the municipality, the municipality has a voluntary financial recovery plan for 2026-2027 financial year, and reviewed it for the from 2025-6 to 2026-2027, of which the municipality report progress on implementation of our FRP to our provincial treasury and our national treasury, of which they are the custodian of working very close with us as the municipality to make sure that this FRP is implemented, and maybe to inform honorable members that as the municipality, the office of the MEC of Treasury together with the National Treasury, they are working very close with us. They support us to make sure that this FRP indeed is implemented. In terms of our M-Square implementation, the municipality's M-Square steering committee is functional. A new M-Square champion has been appointed since the resignation of the previous one, of which the municipal M-Square roadmap has been submitted with the 2026-2027 financial budgeting on the M-Square implementation is going on a monthly basis. On the cost reflective tariff, MEC here is also one of the space where we are experiencing challenges, but safe to inform that the municipality has conducted a cost of supply study on water and electricity to improve revenue collection by implementing cost tariff on service rendered. But maybe here to inform honorable members, MEC, that for us as the municipality to work in good faith with our communities, the best way is the issue of installing the smart meters on the side of water and on the side of electricity to avoid inconsistent billing, because once we use those previous ones, we will always experience a situation where communities are saying we are not billing them correctly. So if you buy electricity, when the electricity is finished, you know I'm going to buy another one. Same as water. Even though we are experiencing challenges in terms of installation of the water meters to our communities, of which is one of the areas that we are still going to engage with our sister departments. And in terms of debt collection, as the municipality, we are in the process of implementing an intensive scheme to assist us as the municipality, or to boost in terms of revenue collection, of which the intensive scheme is to, if Tatespur, you owe us 100 rand, and we say give us 50 rand, and then we close your account, of which is one of the aspects that is going to assist the municipality in terms of revenue collection, of which our credit and debt collection policy is reviewed on an annual basis, and the municipality also has approved the revenue enhancement strategy and further developed the implementation plan. And we are on a continuous engagement with our government department that are owing us, in as much as we owe ESCOM and Lephalale Northern Water. But your provincial departments that you are running, especially public works, they owe us close to 178 million, of which I know the National Finance or the National Treasury MEC took the responsibility to deal with this matter. I don't want to talk about the meters and what I have already indicated about that one. Okay, here I know is where honorable members indeed are going to ask us a lot of questions, of which indeed, MEC, you know our budget is funded mainly on 3 issues, necessarily because we owe ESCOM, we owe Lephalale Northern, and in terms of collection, we were not doing well. But since we came up with the process of credit control, intensifying credit control and debt collection in the municipality, we are doing well. Sometimes we can go to 80% in terms of revenue collection, but once MEC, in terms of our arrangement with ESCOM and Lephalale Northern, we clear our debts. Is then that around February next year, we will do the budget adjustment, of which we are very much optimistic and confident that our budget is going to be funded. In terms of financial health, in terms of our repairs and maintenance, safe to inform honorable members that the municipality in terms of the PPE, not the protective one, but the plant of the municipality is in excess of 5 million, and 8% of repairs and maintenance would amount to over 430 million. Sorry, that one is 5 billion, but however, a portion of our grants are allocated into maintenance, which is not considered when calculating the percentages. But in terms of our losses, the municipal water loss within the municipal water losses within the norm, electricity at the end of the third quarter is about 17%, of which the municipality is currently on a drive to install those meters, like I've indicated, to deal with the issue of water loss and electricity loss. We have undergone, here I have indicated of the issue of the supply study to deal with this problem of the water losses and electricity loss, including the tariffs. But also to inform honorable members that through our WISIC grant, we are in the process of replacing those old asbestos pipes with the new PVC pipes to deal with the issue of the water loss. But in terms of the green and blue and green drop, our HOD of CoGHSTA can agree with me that as Moalakwena we are rated better this time. You can agree, but also to inform honorable members that 10% of our municipal infrastructure grant allocation is allocated to deal with the issues of wastewater treatment works. The project has been approved and is currently being implemented. The project will address the issue of compliance to deal with the blue-green drop during this financial year, of which, let me continue. Okay, here I think I've already spoken about this one, but I don't want to lie in front of our honorable members, but the municipality has put in control to ensure all transactions are done on the correct funded votes. But in terms of the transaction on zero budget and the poor disclosure of creditors, and all invoices indeed are received, recognized on the financial system, and immediately, and therefore the creditors' age analysis is updated and monitored perpetually. So on our financial recovery plan, the municipality has adopted and its financial recovery plan, budget and funding plan is aligned to Section 18 of the Municipal Financial Management Act, Circular number 124, and plan comprises revenue enhancement and collection, expenditure and cost management, and creditors and liability management, governance and consequence management, and the strengthening of institutional capacity. In terms of the use of consultants, like I've indicated that this year we have appointed the CFO, and we are having the deputy CFO who is responsible to deal with the annual financial statement. Since from I think last of last year, as the municipality, we are not outsourcing in terms of dealing with the annual financial statements. We do them in-house as the municipality, and we are doing very well. Okay. In terms of revenue management, safe to inform honorable members that valuation role is reconciled to the billing system on a monthly basis. However, we have differences where certain properties resulted from split values and some of properties which needed to be consolidated. The difference are being resolved at year end, and the long outstanding debt have become difficult to recover. This result in high impairment of debtors, of which this is mainly described debts. And the municipality is implementing strict debt and credit control policies, and this is assisting in raising cash to meet short-term obligations like the maintenance and other issues. There is still a resistance in some parts of the municipality who are not paying the services, of which I spoke about it earlier. Maybe MEC is safe to inform you that in Mogalakwena, especially around the township of Makulering, the communities there, they took more than a decade without paying services. So now, necessarily because we are implementing the credit control process, it becomes difficult for them. And that is why we are finding it difficult when we want to install the water meters, so that we can make things easier for them to pay the services. In terms of our indigents, MEC is one of the areas where our communities are having problems with us as the municipality, of which even yesterday we were having a meeting with them. However, we have agreed with them that we will engage the Department of CoGHSTA and Treasury. I can stay in Tatespuru in an RDP house, but only to find out the owner of the house. When you deal with the issue of indigent, they reject it necessarily because you are not the owner of the house. It's one of the challenges that we are experiencing as the municipality, and we need to sit down and guide each other with our sister department on how we can resolve this particular problem, of which in as far as the financial governance is concerned, irregular expenditure threatening integrity on the financial governance increase UIFW. However, the municipality has investigated and written off our historical UIFW issues for audit purpose, and through the MPEG investigation and the recommendations, of which development and implementation of a procurement plan with achievable timelines, and provides training to management and officials on the supply chain management policy and regulation, and our internal audit to review tenders for appointment to avoid unnecessary irregulars and UIFWs, of which implementation of the UIFW register and report on a quarterly basis. And safe to inform members that investigation on UIFW identified and implement, and of which as the municipality we are trying by all means to implement consequence management. I want to skip this one. I think I've already touched on it, the issue of UIFW, including the consequence management, and this one, okay. On our infrastructure, as the municipality, we are not using consultants. We have employed about 8 qualified engineers in the project management unit, those that are professionals, engineers to manage and monitor implementation of infrastructure projects. That is why, as the municipality, we don't have a challenge in terms of spending of our grants. And on service delivery, I don't want to waste a lot of your time on some of the slides that are not necessary in as far as our Section 71 reports are concerned. But on the issue of the climate, and I don't want to go there, but on the non-cash items, to inform honorable members and MEC that the municipality has increased the provision of depreciation in this current financial year to ensure cashback reserve to cover depreciation on future expansion. I think I came to the end of my presentation, and I want to thank you, chairs of our session, and honorable members and everybody in the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your presentation. I've seen honorable members doing the recording. Can I just check? Or in that order? Honorable Mugawa, you will start. Honorable Mayor, I think you take your seat and take your notes. Yeah, you just that from the far left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mayor. I want to appreciate the presentation. To be honest, he has answered all my questions. So this was the municipality. He was speaking municipality. So to be honest, I just want to appreciate. I don't have questions. I'm just saying, just go line by line, because I just wanted to start by appreciating that. To be honest, the presentation has responded to all my questions, and that was the municipality. Even if I was never in the municipality, but it happened to understand at least exactly what is going on in the municipality. I really appreciate that. Keep up the good work. From me, I don't know other people. I'm not talking on behalf of anyone. I'm talking on behalf of myself, that I appreciate.
Thank you so much, chairs, and greetings to the honorable members this side and to honorable mayors, together with their administration and all administration, the HODs, and the honorable MEC. Yeah, greetings. I think taking it from where Honorable Mogaba has put it, you see what makes me happy in the May is once the municipality accept and admit their weaknesses and to say this is where we are, and the mayor is able to explain why they have an unfunded budget. And what even makes me more comfortable is the mere fact they've got mitigation factors, and on top of that they've got a plan, because they acknowledge that it was due to the deaths with Eskom and Lephalale Northern Water. Now, they have a plan. Now, what is more important, Mayor, is for you as a municipality not to drop the ball. You talk about next year, January, February, you will be completing the debts with the institutions that you are owing. So, and there is a plan. Obviously, you've looked into it, the council has approved the plan. Now, what is more important is to stick to the plan. Because the moment you drop the ball on the plan, that is where you'll be inviting problems. So then I know that most of municipalities, especially water service authorities, are struggling with green and blue. Drop, yes. So that on its own, I'm sure that must make Honorable Wilson comfortable. Once a municipality improves on blue and green drop, I'm saying this because she knows why I'm saying this. Now, you need to keep to it. and make sure that you are able to implement all that. So I'm just not sure as to who is the mediator, Honorable Mahwai, between the municipality and Lephalale Northern Water, specifically on the issue of the dispute. Because the municipality's case, because you can't say we owe you, but you keep on delivering less expectations from the municipality. You deliver dirty water and you don't deliver as per the kiloliters that they are paying, and you want them to stick to the amount that you've given to them. I'm just not sure, CoGHSTA, HOD, I'm not sure who's going to be the mediator between the two, but they've got a case, and surely the case needs to be attended to, but you have to come in as CoGHSTA. I'm not sure of Treasury to assist the municipality and clear the matter, because that will also help them to move towards the healthy financial state of the municipality. I think Mahala going to keep it up and ensure that you continue with the good work that we're doing. You see, for you to acknowledge that these are our challenges and this is where you are, and I think that on its own. You see, one other thing that I think you must not beg is our people are not used to paying services. It's a fact. Our people are not used to paying services, but smart meter is the way to go. You use electricity according to affordability. You use your water according to affordability. When it's finished, they will start to know that you don't leave a tap unclosed. And they will start to know that you don't just, it's winter, we're all feeling cold, hello, really stove. So, because municipality will cover the debts. And that's what leads you to the huge debt of ESCOM. Now, smart meter, don't beg, go with it. All of us here, if we have got fast, go and start with the house of Honorable Mahwai. Make sure there's smart meter there. Honorable Mahwai is going to pay water. Honorable Mahwai is going to make sure that there's electricity. So if people opt for solar system, that is another one. That is another case. But at least people must know I use what I can afford. If I don't have electricity, then what is going to be the other option? So I think in the main chair, our honorable chairs, I'm happy with Malako and the Bela-Bela, if I can put it that way. Because once you don't want to accept that you've got challenges and you don't want to tell us how you're going to resolve your issues, I think that's where we're going to have a problem. But honestly speaking, having listened here, and the good chairs, I'm happy. Honorable Spuru, you are chairing CoGHSTA. Help the municipality to deal with the Lephalale water dispute. How you're going to deal with it, I think you'll have to find it as a chairperson of the portfolio committee, but they need to be assisted. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also want to join my honorable members on the issue of the impressive report that we received from the municipality. And it's safe to say that one of the good characteristics of a good leader is to be honest. You were so honest. And also to indicate the issue of the plan that you have in terms of revenue collection. That will improve the health of the finance in your municipality. But more so, keep up the good work, and you are promising us that you are a leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be quick because I did have to step out for part of the presentation. There's some things that always concern me, and an unfunded municipality is always a major concern. Okay. Where there's no money, you can't deliver services. Full stop, finished, end, klar. Grant or no grant. No money, no services. And I think that is reflective of what the situation is in the municipality if you drive around to some of the areas in your municipality. It's a crying shame. When my hair really starts to stand on end is when we start talking about 584 million write-off on the UIFWE. You're writing off taxpayers' money. You are writing off taxpayers' money. People paid taxes for services, and you sit on unauthorized and irregular expenditure, and then casually, and it happens too often for me to be happy, is we write it off. You're not the only municipality. The MEC sitting here right here, I can look him in the eye and he'll tell me. You are not the only municipality writing off UIFWE, but it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. We just don't, and I know some of this is long-standing and it goes back several years, okay, but it was unauthorized and it was irregular, and it's not your money you wrote off, it's the taxpayers' money you just written off. And that takes me to, and I say this and I say this regularly, so where's the consequence management? What were the consequences and who is being held responsible for this UIFWE write-backs and write-offs? Because this does not end. It does not end until somebody is held accountable. And we know what the regulations are. And the AG is starting to make the situation very, very clear. We now issue you with a certificate of debt. Not the municipality, the people involved. And I'm so glad that at last that is starting to happen. Because now maybe we can get this situation under control. Revenue collection, disastrous at the best of times. And we cannot continually run debt incentive schemes to try and get people to pay their debts. There's got to be a stronger form doing about it. And I get really, really concerned when credits and debt collection, when the municipality starts to outsource its debt collection processes. You pay for that service, okay? Whatever those people collect, they're taking a chunk of it, and it's normally an unrealistic chunk. I don't know what your chunk is, but you've outsourced your debt collection, and your debt collectors take quite a substantial chunk out of what it is that they collect, if they collect at all. So obviously we'd be quite interested in seeing the SOE on that, or what agreements have been made, what agreements have been made on that. There's no point in having them collect millions of rands, and half of what they collect goes into their back pocket, and the municipality doesn't get their fair share of what that is. I see there's plans in place, but it's still an uncomfortable position. We all know what's happened at the municipality in the last week. It's common knowledge. It was all over the press. So I'm going to leave it there. I think there's a lot of hard work to be done. And I think while your financial health is bad, I think your political instability is also a little bit rocky, and that is not going to help you until you get that under control. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me just try to understand, because the devil lies in the detail with the numbering that has been reported, because the Mayor did speak about certain numbers, but the numbers doesn't appear in the slide, which I talk about the rand numbers, and this is like you owing Eskom so much, you owing Lephalale Water Board so much. So I must take it on face value that those numbers are right. But in your reporting of your election revenue, and this is the one that Treasury did for us, the election revenue was sitting at 130%. I don't know if it was a miscalculation on the Section 71 report when someone completed the form or not. We need to understand where the problem lies. But let's say it is correct. Your revenue losses or your electricity losses is between 13 and 17% of losses that you've got. Your first month and second month of collection rate is single percentage figures. Your 30-day and your 60-day on your electricity. is single percentage figures. If you want me to read them to you, I can. I've got it in the first 30 days is 5.4%. Now, so those are some of the issues that are concerning for me when you are talking about how do you turn around the issue around debt analysis and doing away. When we look at water authorities and water services and the budgets that is currently being approved, I want to give you a good example. I'm not saying it is with you, but I actually did write to Treasury. In the case of Tsenin municipality, the water tariffs increased by 266%. 266% from the water authority. I know it not lies with you, but I know you're not the water authority. Lephalale Water Board is the water authority, and then you subsequently lent that to you. What was your water authority increase? I would like that to understand how did Lephalale Water Board, because MEC, I hope you would take a mental note of it, because you signed off on the budget, but over 200% in Tsenin municipality, and I hope that was from the water authority, from the Mopani district municipality. So that is what I wanted to know. Because I haven't got access to the SIU report, Honourable Chair, there in front, the Mayor said that they've implemented the resolutions of the SIU report. It would be good to know what those resolutions are. We can communicate that in writing to the Portfolio Committee. Because you said that there were 411 illegal appointments done in the municipality. My question directly to you, are those 411 people still working for the municipality? Because if you are saying that you've implemented the resolution, those 411 people shouldn't be working in the municipality. So I'm asking, are those 411, straight answer, are those people still within the institution? Yes or no? You said that Public Works owes the municipality 178 million. I must say, Treasury, the amount that I've got from you is less. It's 132, 138 million. So it is a significant shortfall. My question to you, Mayor, in other instances, we have switched off services to other government departments and state-owned entities. There are municipalities that implemented their credit control policy. I'm asking you, have you implemented your credit control policy to the letter, to government? Because if you are treating government different to what you would treat any other citizen out there, it would become a problem. And I will have a serious problem with you. Because you have got to treat government equally the same. When government doesn't pay electricity, you switch off. They need to come to the plan and make sure that they comply. So I don't know what the rates and taxes or what the amounts of the breakdown of owns is. I'm simply asking you, are you implementing the credit control policy as signed off by council to the letter? Simple yes or no. If you haven't, we can leave the debate for another day. But those are some of my stricter things. Your 297 million rand owed to Eskom, were you part of that Eskom credit write-off issue? Because that would save you some interest. I just would like to understand if you're part of that program, because there was a specific application that you could make, which would have cost you writing off certain interest on your loan account. And if you're not on that program, why didn't you actually get onto that program? Because you probably could have saved yourself 20 million rand of interest, maybe. I don't know. I'm just giving a good thumbs up because that is what it is. It was offered, and you could have easily complied with that. I know Modimolle-Mookgophong is struggling to keep with that arrangement. They may not keep up to that arrangement, but I'm just asking. Sometimes government gives these type of initiatives to improve your own financial welfare, and I'm just trying to understand. I think the route that you are taking with Lephalale Water Board about the billing is the correct one, totally the correct one. That service level agreement goes both ways, and if if the other partner does not comply, the dispute must come. My biggest concern is the megalitres that are not being supplied, and it comes to the cost of not to the citizen but to your total economic sector. We have seen certain towns and cities losing light industry because they haven't got access to water, and I do hope that you are taking a far more aggressive approach in that line, and real aggressive approach in that line. So Chair, if I may just say that on noting, if you close, that you just consider the SAU report as maybe something that we would like to have a glance over, just to make sure that the recommendations that the Mayor said, that they're so-called implemented, that they are actually implemented. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm just saying, as an oversight body, it's always important to make sure that those things have been done in that regard that I wanted to brought forward. Thank you very much. I'll pass it on.
No, thanks. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the meticulous report as presented by the Mayor. But there are certain areas that which I would want to get more information while appreciating the report. One is in relation to your revenue collection strategy. Just to have a sense in relation to when was it adopted and when was it reviewed in terms of its implementation, is it able to help us to collect so that we are able to have the resources that we can use and build the integrity of the institution. Two, it's in relation to the dispute. I'm taking note of what other honorable members have said, but it may as well suggest that this dispute has never been attended to in relation to the resolve part. In furtherance of that which they have said, I want to submit the following. Are you able to tell us when this dispute happened or occurred? What have been the intervention from the municipality to deal with the matter? Have you got the services of a service provider to help you in that regard? If that is the case, how much would have been paid to date? On the hiring of, in your word, 400 plus illegal employees, I taking it from what the other members have said, it may not have happened in 1 year, it is understood. It might have happened over a period of time. But the key issue would be that once that has been noticed or established, what has been the plan of the municipality to address the matter? Can we conclude that perhaps that would also form part of the SIU report? And if that would be the case, I'm trying to build linkages. What is it that the SIU report has recommended in relation to the matter under discussion? And if they are inseparable, then deal with the part that is involved and leave the other. The last part would be just borrowing from what we have heard from the Waterberg district municipality. There was a sense that the AFS are being reviewed, and which is correct. But there was an indication that that is the only service that they have. But in the presentation, they indicated that on the compilation of assets, that part has also been outsourced. So I want to check from your side whether we don't have areas, even if you said you are not using consultant, I've taken note of that, but there may not be other elements that we may find that we still have consultant assistant, given the speciality of the matter under assistance. The last part would be on the 8 engineers. Just to check whether the services that they are rendering, if they are to render, can you then tell us? Because I would want to believe that they may not render that service free of charge, unless if they are internal, which was not said, it's internal engineers. And if it's internal, then it is understood we may collapse that without further taking question on that. Thanks very much.
No, thanks very much, Chair. And let me start by welcoming the report as presented by the Mayor. I don't want to repeat what other members have just said. The questions that I was having was detailed during the Mayor's presentation. So thank you, Mayor, and keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Let me firstly welcome the report as presented by the Mayor. I would only want to raise a few questions based on the presentation that have been made, except to indicate that one of the questions was that Honorable Machete did speak to it, of course, the issue of the use of consultants regarding the AFs, because the report of Treasury indicates that you are using consultants, of course, with regard to compilation of those AFS. But you are saying you are only using whatever on review. I would also want to pose this question, unless if that could better be responded to by Treasury. Is the department or the province not having the requisite skills to deal with the issue of review of the AFS to a point wherein the municipalities need to source the assistance from the provincial sphere in order to deal with the review, rather than maybe having to use the issue of consultants? I'm not sure, but I guess if there is that expertise in the province, that should be utilized instead of opting for the use of consultants. Yeah, with regard to the presentation by the mayor, I'm just worried, of course, with regard to the increase in terms of the UIFW. That's my source of discomfort. That though with the usage of MPEC, there were the UIFW has been dealt with, but still there is an increase with regard to that. I'm not sure if the municipality has established mechanisms so that they could be able to ensure that is arrested. We don't need this kind of things happening. I've realized that the municipality has had or has received unqualified audit opinion in the past 2 financial years. I'm just checking if there are other things that they are doing, maybe to ensure that at the ultimate end they are able to achieve a clean audit. Because I feel it can't be correct that the municipality should just reside on unqualified audit opinion. They must move, because if they continue sitting there, they are likely to regress. The other question was with regard to the issue of its water and electricity losses. In the presentation there has been an indication that the losses of electricity and water are above the norm. But there is also another indication that the water losses are within the norm. I'm not sure what's happening. In the same presentation, it's with regard to observations and comments. There is an indication that water losses is above the norm together with electricity, but on the portion of comments, there is an indication that water losses are within the norm. I'm not sure which is which. Yeah, those were the few questions that I wanted to raise. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you, the chairperson, for the opportunity. I'll also follow others who came before me to appreciate the presentation it's made by the mayor. We are satisfied with the state of the municipality in relation to finances. However, although I had many questions, but I've already collapsed some because my colleagues has raised them, but I'm left with 3 of them. In your presentation, Mayor spoke about revenue management, and then where you raised the long outstanding debt unable to recover. So I just want to check the impediment or the blockage. What are the challenges regarding this outstanding debt? Because either it's written off or follow-up is being made. The second one is regard to the indigent system, as you presented. It's like the municipality is struggling with the indigent system because it's like you are unable to identify those who qualify the way you were presenting it. or you are unable to clean the indigent register. So I just want to check with you, because in terms of the indigent system, that is one way of government assisting the disadvantaged households. And it makes your work easier if they are able to be identified and efforts are made to assist them, either through the ward councillors or the entire council. I just want to check what are the impediment, because you even gave an example of one household there with our RDP and so on, but that technicality, I think you need to expatiate further, Mayor. The last one, the issue of the irregular expenditure, which is threatening the integrity of the financial governance of the institution. Can you actually expatiate further? How are you dealing with this irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure as the municipality? How far are we in terms of addressing these issues vis-a-vis the consequence management as we presented? The last one, Mayor, is on service delivery, which you just summarized. But I want to check in terms of what basic services that need to be provided to our people. The milestone, the threshold in terms of one, the provision of what? Of water. Are the bottlenecks? Is the municipality able to provide water to all across the municipality? And what are the challenges if they are in? The same applies to electrification. I want to check as to how far. Have you reached their target? If not, what are the challenges? The same applies to housing. I want to check the provision of housing, which is the responsibility of government, the responsibility of the municipality at a level. The last one, how are you doing in terms of managing the rate and the tax management, in particular to the proclaimed areas? Yeah, that's all I wanted to raise with you. But generally, like others have said, we are comforted with the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for engaging with the presentation by Honorable Mayor Tawiya Tswana, which is Tawa Tswana. The proposal has been made that can't we, before we got responses from your side, just to have a walk of grabbing up tea outside, and then when you come back, we'll come straight to the responses from yourself. But I also appreciate Honorable Mayor for the good presentation. I will talk much when I come back. Thank you. Colleagues, let's restart with our session. MM and the Mayor, I hope you are combat ready to respond to questions raised, comments raised by honorable members. Mayor, it's your time. Before that one, I nearly surprised my colleague here. He also wanted to make an input on your presentation. Honorable Spuru, sorry man, sorry for that.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Let me also follow on the footsteps of those who have appreciated the presentation by the Mayor and the good report as well. We commend you for that. I've got 2 or 3 issues to make. Honorable Kakaren Lephalale has spoken about the good point that we must assist the municipality in their battle with Lephalale of the North. We want to commit ourselves that we are readily available to assist the municipality in that regard. The question that I have is on the debt collection. At what point is the municipality going to build capacity to debt collection in-house? I'm impressed with the way we are trying to build internal capacity, including the appointment of those 8 engineers. So with this one also, it will be important that you consider. And the last one, the point that's raised by Honorable Modimolle about the report of the ICU and how we are dealing with it. It will be important for the joint committees to be finished with the report on your responses so that we can assess it, assess the way you are responding and advise where appropriate. It is important that public funds are being spent responsibly and legally. That is why it is important that we have that report. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Spuru. Thanks for that input as well. Mayor.
Okay, no, thanks very much once more, our chairs of the session. I'm going to respond to some, but some deep financial matters that were raised, the acting MM and the CFO will respond. I want to start with the question that was raised by Honorable Nachifefe on the issue of the indigents. Honorable Nachifefe, it does not necessarily mean our indigent register is not up to date. Our indigent register is up to date, of which I think honorable members may be aware that the government is compensating our indigents with free water and free electricity. It's just we are having a challenge in terms of the approval of our indigents, the one that are registering as indigents. Remember, as the municipality at our level, we are not the one that are approving the indigents. You send your IDs, everything, where you stay, the households, but the situation and the challenge that we are having is that you find that you are staying in a household of a person, maybe that particular person is dead, or that particular person is not qualifying to be an indigent. So it's where we are experiencing challenges because they are not approving them. Is where I was saying we need to engage with our sister department, which is CoGHSTA, to see how can we deal with the situation of people who are staying in the households and they are not the owners, but they're indigents, because when they apply, they are not approved. So, but our indigent register is up to date. Those who are supposed to get proper services, they get those proper services. And the issue of the AFS, of which they are still going to augment what I'm going to say. Honorable members, I think Malagwena local municipality is one of the municipalities in the province that got awards in terms of building internal capacity and doing annual financial statements in-house. They will respond on other services like the assets and others. But I just wanted to inform honorable members about that. And on the issue of the Special Investigation Unit, like I was indicating when I was presenting, the SIU is a body that, as the municipality, there is no way that we can interfere with the investigation. It's either they come to us needing a certain information. So the reason why Honorable Smale and other honorable members were speaking about the UIFW vis-a-vis the money of the public, what we can say to you, in as far as consequence management is concerned, we have implemented, and some, and major, in fact, what I can report to the honorable members is that everyone who was implicated on the report of the SIU, others resigned, others the municipality dismissed them, and others were even arrested, because there are other issues that when SIU was making investigations, they were referring those cases to the law enforcement. And once it's there, ours as the municipality, we can't interfere in that particular space. So, but when coming to maybe to inform honorable members that SIU was investigating 3 issues: the illegal 400 employees. The other one was the issue of corruption, fraud and corruption for tenders. And the other one was the water tankering, people who were delivering water to our communities. But on the issue of the 400 employees, indeed they're still there in the municipality, of which the SIU, they are done with the investigation and they made a recommendation. And the recommendation is that we, as the municipality, you can't just give people terminations or dismissal letters. You need to go to, one of the recommendations is that we must go to court first, and the court must declare their appointment invalid before we can implement to the latter. So it's a matter that is on process, of which when we come to the writing of the issue of the non-cash items, obviously there is no way that as the municipality we can keep them as the UIFWs that are still remaining, whilst those are non-cash items. So, but they are still going to respond on other issues that relate to the UIFW, of which I spoke about the issue of consequence management, the AFS, and Honorable Nechifefe, you asked something about issue of service delivery. Like I've indicated that water is our first priority. Maybe safe to inform honorable members that as the municipality, like I was indicating, that in terms of our grants, remember the grants that we are utilizing to give our communities water is MIG, is WISIC, is RBIC. So in as far as we implement up to 100%, but the fact of the matter is that all of us, we know that the issue of water is a national crisis, but we experience a situation where in other areas you can do the boreholes. After a certain period, the borehole is dry. That is why, as the municipality, we are in the process with the DWS National to take water from Skukuni to Moalakwena, the bulk one. You can agree with me if I can say the solution of water is bulk than this bit and pieces of the boreholes. But maybe also on our side of operation and maintenance, and we have introduced another unit that is working very close with the operation and maintenance to deal with issues of maintenance on a daily basis. Your boreholes, your cables, your whatever. But as the municipality, we are having our own water tankers that are enough. Where we are experiencing problems, water tankers are going as per request of the ward committees and ward councillors to give those respective villages water. But as well, the issue of electrification was raised, of which we know where we are coming from, that the challenge that we are having now is the issue of the extensions. Maybe safe to inform you that in our municipality, in fact, all villages are having electricity, but the problem now is extensions, of which we are also experiencing a situation where we have got a problem of capacity. But ESCOM is busy capacitating one of the substations, and we hope and believe that after the substation is done, in the areas that we are unable to electrify, we will be in a very good position and space to give electricity to those particular villages. I think I've touched where I am supposed to touch. The two gentlemen will come up with some of the answers in as far as the questions were raised. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm not sure whether it's still good morning or this afternoon to the chairperson and honorable members. My name is Lionel Mashishi, acting MM of Moalakwena Municipality. I'll share the responses with the CFO, Mr. Hoffman. However, let me start first with the question raised by Honorable Wilson on the UIFWE. Maybe let me just put this perspective that this 584 million was as part of legacy issues. as you know, Malakwena, those who know, from 2014 up until 2021, what was happening within the municipality. So this was an accumulation of that period as and when it happened. How we dealt with in terms of write-off and condonement, there was a process that was followed where MPEC actually investigated and then recommended to Financial Misconduct Board that the municipality has established. And the Financial Misconduct Board has categorized the UIFWE. They then recommended that in terms of irregular and fruitless, then it be condoned, and then fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we write off, but with applicability of consequence management. And I think a detailed report is available in terms of the figures. How was that done? It can be made available on request. And I think maybe let me also go to the issue of revenue collection. Are we gonna still, or how are the service provider that we are paying taking from what they have collected? They only take 10% of what they have collected. 90% goes to the municipality. That's the agreement that is there. And then on Honorable Small, I think ESCOM payment, small. Yes. My apologies.
So the MM is gone yesterday.
The ESCOM payment arrangement, the numbers are correct. As you said, the numbers are correct as indicated there. And on revenue collection, I believe that the electricity losses, water losses are linked to the CFO to come in. And then as you met, I think the mayor has explained that, but let me indicate that in terms of the recommendations, SIU has made recommendations to the municipality. And those recommendations have been implemented. However, for in case in terms of this 1,400, obviously the challenge is still a court matter. There is a process that is also playing at court, whereby the representative of the employees, they've challenged the recommendations of the SIU, and they have categorized that in terms of the 400, those ones that were hired without advert, hired without meeting the minimum competency, hired or maybe promote without the process being followed or promoted to position internally, because the 400 it makes of that category. It's not only that people were hired or outside. There are some that were promoted to other positions internally, but they did not meet the minimum requirements. So those recommendations are still playing out, or those issues have been still playing out at the court level. And then the public works, 138 million vis-a-vis the 198, and whether we are able to implement credit control policy, yes or no question. I will say partially yes, partially no.
There's no partially no.
Yeah, maybe let me just put it that way. The reason why is that, for in case, we recently switched off a school called a comprehensive school in Mokopan. And I think for 3 weeks, Majoro, where they even, try to get support of the community, because now the kids cannot be taught because there is no electricity. And to an extent, there is no water at school. And then as a municipality, what do you do? Then what we have done is that, okay, let's enter into a payment agreement with the school, so that they're able to let the learning process follow. So same applies to other departments within the municipal area. That as and when we implement a credit control policy, but these are the issues that they are emanating, that comes from that. And then the other issue that one wants to raise, the part of the ESCOM program, no, we are not part of the ESCOM program because at that time, the municipal finances in terms of that were supported by collection was still stable when the program was introduced. So we didn't have that much of an issue. The issue that led us to this is the issue of collection. Remember, others will tell you that Malagwana never owed ESCOM previously, which is true. But on the other hand, conditional grants were utilized for operational issues, whereby that led to projects not being completed, and revenue collection or billing was not done. That's why you see in other townships such as Makolering, the culture of non-payment emanated from there. When we start doing this now and ring-fencing conditional grants for the project that are utilized for its intention, then you have to go and do collection. Then then that becomes a challenge, is where people or consumers then resist in terms of payment. However, what we have done, the recommendation by, I think, Honorable Lephalale was that smart meters is the way to go. We have installed almost, I think, over 3,000 smart meters within the municipal area, in townships and Makolering Township, so that we are able to manage this. I think on the revenue collection strategy, I'll leave it to the CFO to assist in that regard. On AFS asset management part, we are only utilizing a consultant on infrastructure part, on asset management, because that's a scarce skill. That's the only one that, as a municipality, when coming to that, we're only doing it for infrastructure part. And then 8 engineers, yes, they are internal. I can confirm that they're within our PMU unit. They're municipal employees, these ones. And then we are not utilizing the consultant for preparations of the AFS. Yes, moving from unqualified to clean audit. Yes, that's an ambition, a plan that we have as a municipality. But with all these challenges, we have to be realistic. It will gonna take some time. That if we move there, then realistically, it is gonna move throughout the years. It's a bit of a challenge because of the issues that realistically that we are experiencing as a municipality. But we would like to get there, but I don't see it happening like as of now. But the best that we can do is not to regress, but keep on trying to clear all these audit findings that we are getting and see where can we go. But in terms of all these issues that I'm indicating, is an ambition as a municipality. There is a plan that we have put, but obviously there are bumpy roads. For in case payment of ESCOM, if we are not paying it, results in interest. AG comes, interest declared fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and then we go back. It's an audit finding. And I think on the water and electricity losses, the CFO, I think, will do that. Will answer that together with I think the mayor covered the indigent system. I think on other one, I think the water provision, the basic services threshold, the mayor has actually indicated that. He covered that. Yeah, I think maybe CFO can cover those ones that I haven't actually covered, but thanks very much. And on the debt collection part, yes, the debt collection part, we have actually capacitated the internal BTO's office. We have remodeled and reconfigured the revenue division because we didn't have a debt credit control, a debt collection division within the municipality. So through our introduction of these reforms, new reforms, which were done in terms of Chapter 2 of the Staff Establishment Regulations, we introduced this division, and we have already appointed the incumbent in terms of a divisional manager. We have started on the 1st of July. So we believe that with this division running, we can be able to ensure that collection is done, or collection rate of the municipality then increased to a desired level or within the law. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chairs. Good afternoon to our Chairs and our honorable members and my colleagues. I think most of the things has been covered, but let me deal with the tariffs first. There was a question on how much was the tariff increase by Lephalale. It was 7.3%, and based on the cost of supply study that was conducted, the municipality did increase with 10.4%. And then when we look at the revenue collection okay, thank you. And then if we go to the municipality being stuck on 2 years with unqualified audit opinion, I think what we did from our side to improve was to do monthly reconciliations, and then we also did quarterly statements. But what we did different this time around with the quarterly statements was to treat it as if it was year-end, to actually capture the corrections as and when. So it is safe to say now that we are in June that our 11 months we are actually sure about our actual amounts. And then we also have regular steering committee meetings to deal with the audit findings. Also safe to say that 90% of the findings was addressed, and the remaining ones will be mostly our disclosures. Then on the revenue collection strategy, I think the acting MM already said that we have restructured our finance department, whereby we have now a unit that will only deal with debt and credit control. And then on the government debt, we have the intervention of CoGHSTA. We have regular meetings, and I can't say that there is really progress, so we want to say thank you to CoGHSTA for assisting us. And then also the replacement of the conventional meters that Mr. Mashishi already also indicate. We have installed 8,000 electricity meters and roughly around 3,000 on water, so we are doing okay there. And then on the losses, we also have a program in place to replace our old pipes that were leaking. But there is a program in place, and our response time to leakages is also improved. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable members, I think all have been responded to, and I'm happy to see you not raising your hand, meaning that they covered all the scope. Good teachers. We are to Santa, and Afghan sector, yeah, we are done with the, we are not done but not released with the Mogalakwena. I think when we share with each other, we can also learn the good practice from each other. It's important that we be patient to get the story from the other side. And therefore, I will urge our colleagues just to be patient. I think Bela-Bela, as you know the name Bela-Bela, it will just boil fast and we'll drink our tea. Honorable Mayor, please just on the stage.
It's such a small municipality, it might take 5 minutes.
Oh. It's small with big story, eh?
That was an amazing story. At least you the major one in the group.
Oh, you have it there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, co-chairpersons of this session.
Do you have this?
Let me stand on the protocol that has already been established in the House. Yeah, this is the smallest municipality in the province, but very strategically located. It's a gateway to Limpopo, and we service 3 provinces with the little resources that we have. Yeah, and this presentation seeks to address issues that were raised in the Section 71 report but also importantly to address the progress and measures that we have put in place in addressing what was reported on the Section 71 report as at 31st March. And we are also ensuring reporting on the sound financial management and good governance. We will be looking at 5 key performance areas, which is institutional health, financial governance, municipal sustainability, financial health and service delivery. And out of the report that was before members of the committee, there were 19 issues that were raised, and in this presentation we'll try to talk to those issues. And I'll be starting with the institutional health. In terms of council stability, we as council were fairly stable and it's sitting as prescribed. All the councillors are attending meeting as required, but there's also proper collaboration between administration and the political wing. These are the number of meetings, including our assurance committees that have been reported on as at 31st March, and they are all sitting. And in terms of filling of strategic position, senior managers positions, out of 5, we have filled 3. We are at the tail end of the process of appointing the CFO in line with the regulations on appointments of senior managers. We re-advertised the position of the manager planning and economic development. We did not get the responses. Only 2 people applied, and out of those, only 1 met the minimum requirements as per the regulations on appointment of senior managers. And we want to report to this sitting that in terms of performance management development system, it has been approved by council, and we have managed to cascade it down to all employees below senior managers, and all senior managers have signed their performance agreement and they are evaluated on quarterly basis. Chairperson, can I be protected? Thank you. Yeah. On this slide, we are reporting on revenue collection. I think on Q3, we're sitting at 91%, but I think what was lacking on the Section 71 report, it was the alignment and the revenue per segment, and the negative amount of billing not collected on electricity. It was due to adjustment and correction which were made during the quarter. You can see on this slide, we did not do good on property rates, which is and wastewater, and I think it's on refuse. Some of the services as a municipality were not even breaking even, but we have a way of addressing it as going forward. And I will want to report to the sitting that since 24-25 up to the current budget that started a few days ago, our budget has been funded, and the outer years 24-25 and 25-26, even our adjustment budget were funded, and that was through the assessment that was done by Provincial Treasury. And in terms of operating revenue, our biggest revenue it's derived from, which is 27% is from subsidies, operational subsidies, service charges and electricity, and 18% is from other service charges. Is it moving? Not now. expenditure. Our expenditure in terms of reporting, our biggest expenditure is on bulk purchases, including electricity. The second line item, we are sitting at 31%. We employee-related cost, which is still within the norm. And the other three biggest expenditure is contracted services. And on capital expenditure, per functional classification, we've also classified that. On water management, we are sitting at 42%, and the second largest one, it's 19% on wastewater management, and the third one, it's 12%, which is the energy sources. So those are the expenditures. And on capital expenditure, per functional classification, we are reporting to this sitting that 42% of our expenditure is also on water management, and 19% is on wastewater. I think I've spoken to the slide, I don't know. And debtors as at 31st March, we are also categorizing them age analysis per income source, and the debtors age analysis, we've categorized them according to government, commercial and household, and our debtors book was sitting as 422 million, and the creditors as at 31st March, we want to report to this sitting that we are sitting at 34 million. 15 million is the current account of ESCOM, and 1.9 is bulk water, and we other three creditors were it's 4.1, and we don't owe any creditors for more than 30 days, so we are fully compliant with the MFMA and other Treasury regulations. And the biggest issue that was raised on our Section 71 was that our budget for repairs and maintenance was below the norm of 8%. Yes, indeed, we budgeted 1%. There's a variance of 7%, but we, as a municipality, have put measures in place that we will increase gradually from 1%, 2.2%, and until we reach the expected target. The reason is that our PPE is sitting at 1.2 billion. So, which if we could put 8% of our PPE and budget it for repairs and maintenance, it means we'll have to put a budget of 90 million, small as we are. So it means our budget will never be funded. So nonetheless, we are not compromising the repairs and maintenance. We have a scheduled maintenance and repairs, and our it's preventative and also reactive maintenance in some areas, but so that we are able to deal with service delivery issues and try to address service delivery interruptions. And on the water losses, yes, as a municipality, we have approved a 5-year management plan to reduce non-revenue water, and also to provide a strategic framework of implementing of water conservation, and we also want to address the distribution losses. Chairperson, we just did a comparison that on the audited Fs in the last financial years, as at June 2025, our losses were sitting at 47%, And in May 2026, we're sitting at 33%, which we all agree that we have to be below 30%. But I just want to show the significant progress that we have made. And the key interventions that we have done is that Council has also established a technical committee that deals with water distribution losses, and we are busy implementing projects through our WISIC grant. We have replaced a leaking steel tank, which I think was accounting to most of our water losses, but also importantly, the aging infrastructure. We are also replacing the AC pipeline in town, which is at a tender stage, but we are doing bulk meter verification, and we are also having active leak detection and repair programs as a municipality, and we are also doing pressure management initiative, and we are also auditing and replacing all aged and faulty meters. And we also rolling out a smart metering pilot program, which we are targeting to replace 400 households, and with that pipe replacement, I think will be very good to deal with the water losses going forward. And we are also balancing our water balances, and at a minimum during the night, the outflow, and the monthly non-revenue water performance. And we, as an institution, we are committed to adhere to the norms as prescribed in the Section 71. And on the electricity losses, as Bela-Bela, we were very fortunate. We partnered with National Treasury, and we also benefited from the National Treasury RT29 contract of rolling out of the smart meter project. And as I've indicated with the water losses, with the energy losses, at June 2025, we're at 20%. Now, end of May, we're sitting at 17%. And we know that we are not yet there. We have to be below 12%, and it's work in progress. And we want to report to this House that the RT29 Smart Meter Rollout Project has been completed, and we have managed to replace 10,005 single-phase smart meter prepaid meters and 51 bulk smart meters and 231 three-phase meters. And with these meters, Chairperson, we are able to detect any tampering. Hence, we are able to deal to reduce the losses. And we also appreciate the support that was given to us. And part of the active partnership and the package of the smart metering project, the RT29, and there were interventions that were implemented. It was the revenue protection inspection, and we were able to detect and deal with illegal connections, especially in informal settlements, and it also reduces our non-technical losses, and we were able to protect our revenue. And we replaced old meters, and the feeder audits and bulk meters verification, we're doing that continuously, and the technical team is continuously monitoring the distribution losses, and we are on ongoing basis, we are dealing with illegal connections of electricity, especially in our informal settlements. And one of the key issues that were highlighted was non-compliance with blue drop and green drop. With the blue drop, the municipality assessment for Bela-Bela, Masakane, Rapotukwane water supply studies, which were done in 2023, and the corrective action plans were developed in 2024 after the release of the report are being implemented. The same with the green drop, the Wombats Radium Pinus wastewater treatment works were done in 2025 and recorded improved institutional performance. In 2021, we were sitting at 32%. So the assessment that was released early in 2026, there was a significant improvement to 53.5%, and those corrective action plans have been implemented continuously. We are just showing a picture here on the green drop. On the assessment, when we were assessed, we were at 56, and on the corrective plans, we are now sitting at 86%, and in Masakane, we're at 40.20, we're now at 73. Pinas wastewater treatment, we're at 41, we're not happy, we're at 73, and with, as an institution, averagely, we're at 53, now we're sitting at 61. But just to bring comfort to these committees that the lower green drop scores from radium and Pinas refill are largely attributed to historical infrastructure and regulatory compliance challenges. Though the implementation of green drop action plans and the WISIC-funded wastewater treatment works upgrade, the municipality is systematically addressing those deficiencies to improve our green drop performance in future. And also on the blue drop, before the assessment, we were sitting at 66, we're now at 83, and Masakane water treatment works we also have improved, even though we were not happy, but averagely as a municipality we're at 60, we have improved at 73. Out of the corrective actions that were identified, 45 were identified, 22 are implemented, 21 are in progress, 21 are outstanding. But also to bring comfort to this sitting is that the poor performance on blue drop scores for Masakane and Rapotukwane water supply systems are largely attributed to institutional, which other issues, it's personnel shortage and the classification of employees, that those that are working in the treatment works, and the other documentations which were a gap. And we want to assure this sitting that the drinking water quality is of standard. It's not, we were not compliant in terms of personnel and other issues, but we are gradually improving those deficiencies as an institution. On the financial health, the key observations is that on M-score, we were found transacting on the zero budget, and as a municipality, we have put systems in place in monitoring the misalignment between the billing and the budget segment, and I think this we are also able to activate a module on Moonsoft to reduce these occurrences. And there was an issue of poor disclosure of creditors, and we want to put it on record, HOD Prat, that as a municipality, the creditors are correctly disclosed, and that can be confirmed with your data streams that we have submitted on a monthly basis. So we have complied accordingly. And on the vet consultants, we are not doing vet returns. We are doing them internally. We have not outsourced. And The use of consultants is also on review of AFSs who have built internal capacity, who are preparing our apps in-house, and we are also reporting that we are doing our 6 monthly. Now we have concluded our 9 months AFS, and all our assurance committees have looked into our apps and will be able to compile our yearly annual financial statement. And one issue on the issues of finance was that the indigent register was incomplete. The challenge was that these free basic services were not budgeted as per the trading services. So in the coming financial year, we'll report correctly as per the trading services on the indigents. And on financial governance, we are also using consultants on infrastructure projects that we acknowledge, and we have a plan in place, because we are appointing those consultants for specialized engineering, environmental and statutory services where expertise are not applicable. But as an institution, we have strengthened our internal capacity. We have appointed the divisional manager responsible for engineering planning, and we have also appointed a divisional manager for PMU, and we have 2 technicians, and also the support that we are getting from MISA. We are using it, and our internal staff are now leading the infrastructure planning, project management, contract and administration of the projects that we are doing. And part of the SLA that we sign with the service providers that are assisting us is issues of skills transfer. So we have a plan to build internal capacity. And these are the interventions. I think I've spoken to them, that we will continue to strengthen our internal capacity and the skills transfer. And we are also going to capacitate our engineering and planning division so that in future we don't use consultants. And on the UIFWE, as at 1st July 2025, we had an opening balance of irregular expenditures of 4.2 million, and the current date it went up to 6.9. And perhaps let me also explain that most of the irregular expenditure were on contracts that were appointed for 3 years, and AG has raised a finding on BEE point scoring system. So it's not like there was something that we did not do right, but we also managed to correct that. Hence, whenever we're transacting on those contracts, those expenditures were reported as irregular for the duration of the contract, and the 3 years has lapsed. I think we'll not have anything that we need to report as irregular. We also want to report that we did not have fruitless and wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. These are non-cash items. It's as a result of transacting on depleted budget segments. We've corrected that, and we want to report to unauthorized expenditure. I've spoken to that, and those were the opening balance for the 25 July 2025, and those amounts were written off by council in March 2026, But important to note is that with regards to consequence management, we also adhered to MFMA Circular 68 and Section 168 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. And following the investigations, we did not just wake up, decide to write off. Due processes were followed. Those reports were referred to MPEC by council, and those that had an element of financial implications were referred to the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board, and they have concluded the investigation, and the finding was that the municipality did not suffer any financial loss on the investigated cases. And but however, disciplinary action should be instituted against the responsible officials for non-compliance with the applicable legislative and requirements, and investigations identified procedural non-compliance, but no financial loss was suffered by the municipality. And we also conducted training from all our bid committees from specification until adjudication. And we reiterate here that the unauthorized expenditure is on non-cash items. And yeah, I'm starting to tell a good story now, Chairperson. As a municipality, we participate in the ESCOM debt relief program in November 2023. When we got into council, we were owing ESCOM a tune of 48 million. So, but by November 2023, we had a balance of 31 million because we had an agreement which we agreed to. We adhered to the conditions of the agreement. One of the conditions of participation in the debt relief of ESCOM was to pay your current account on time. I think the other slide indicates on the creditors that we don't owe ESCOM. And the first, when we participated, the first year, on the 20th of February, the first part of the conditions of the write-off, we 10.3 million was written off. The second tranche, we just received a letter that was approved by National Treasury that another portion of the 31 million, which is 10.3 million, will be written off by National Treasury, which is a saving of an amount of 10.6 million to the ratepayers of Bela-Bela local municipality. And we are hopeful that by the end of the coming financial year, we will not be owing ESCOM. This slide talks to the debts that are owed by the departments to the municipality, but safe to say that through the forum that is chaired by CoGHSTA, the debt forum, we have seen results where rural development has also paid. I think these figures are as at 31st March. Now they are sitting at 831. They've paid an amount of 3 million to the municipality, which we appreciate. We are seeing results. And our biggest data here is the Department of Education, which is a number of schools, but we are also implementing credit control as approved by council, where we close the account when they want to transact and buy electricity, because advantage is that most of our areas are supplied by the municipality. So when they want to buy, they pay a certain amount so that we are able to service our ESCOM debt also. But most of the departments are adhering to, especially correctional service and SASA. On service delivery, we, as a municipality, we recognize the increasing impact of climate change on the municipal infrastructure, particularly in relation to drought, extreme rainfall, and flooding. And the municipality is progressively integrating climate resilience into its infrastructure planning and investment programs so that we improve long-term service delivery and protect the public assets. The current interventions, we are upgrading the bulk water infrastructure to improve water security and resilience during drought conditions. We are also implementing water conservation and water demand management initiatives through the approved non-revenue water management plan. We are replacing and rehabilitating our aging water and electricity infrastructure. We are also promoting energy efficiency, public lighting through the energy efficiency and demand side management, a program where we are receiving a grant through INEP. And we are also having we are applying for grants for the implementation of microgrid electrification program so that we strengthen energy resilience. We are incorporating climate resilience and adaptation measures into our roads and stormwater master plan, which is currently at the bid evaluation stage. We are also utilizing the municipal disaster recovery grant to rehabilitate our roads and stormwater drainage infrastructure damaged during flooding and other extreme weather events. And we are continuously implementing our infrastructure upgrades and maintenance through the municipal long-term infrastructure master plan program. And the municipality will continue to mainstream climate resilience into the planning, design and implementation of the municipal infrastructure project, and so that we improve on the adaptation to climate change. And the non-cash items rehabilitation, and we are also recognizing the importance of balancing non-cash accounting provision such as depreciation with actual investment in infrastructure rehabilitation and renewal. And infrastructure renewal has therefore been prioritized through increased maintenance budget and long-term planning and grant funding application. We have indicated earlier on that we have come up with an initiative to gradually increase our budget of maintenance. We are also reporting 95% completion of the elevated steel reservoir in extension 8. We are also in the process of replacing the aging asbestos water pipelines with the PVC pipelines. And we have also made an application for our big funding for upgrading of the Bela-Bela water treatment works to improve water security and long-term infrastructure sustainability. We are also implementing the WISIC funded project upgrades for radium pinus and wastewater treatment works. We are currently constructing a substation through INEP, and we are also rehabilitating the roads that were damaged during the disaster through the disaster recovery grant. And these are the timelines of what we are saying, and we will adhere to the time frames. And with regards to water tankering, and the municipality, we are using our own water tankers. We are avoiding the cost associated to outsourcing. However, we, as a municipality, we acknowledge that there's a need to strengthen the reconciliation and reporting of operational costs associated with water, tankering, and we are also going to implement improved internal controls and monthly reconciliation and processes to ensure that we report accurately on our data streams. And we just want to indicate the areas there where we are doing tankering. Zagani, which is an informal settlement, we are currently in the process of formalizing it. Savannah Estate, it's a CPA area where it's an informal settlement. Tselatupa and Kopevai, those are informal settlements. And whatever measures that we said will adhere to from July this year when we report, we'll be reporting accordingly, and the backlog will continuously attend to it. And I'm nearing the end, Chair. On audit action improvement plan, what we need to report as an institution is that we have successfully implemented and developed an action plan where it's web-based, where Treasury and CoGHSTA can be able to track the progress, and we are having the bi-monthly audit steering committee meetings, which are chaired by myself as the political head, and the weekly meetings which are chaired by the municipal manager or the chief audit executive. And we are all, the GRAP and financial reporting training, we are continuously doing that to the internal staff. And I've also alluded that we have prepared the annual financial statements, and also they are reviewed by audit committee, external and internal, and the sector departments, your CoGHSTA and your Treasury, and the audit reviews are done on quarterly basis by our internal audit, and I think we are on the right track to prepare our final submission for AFS and APR before the 1st of August. And on the audit improvement plan, we are envisaging to appoint an AFS specialist, because currently our AFS are prepared by our DM responsible for expenditure, and we will be filling all those critical positions. And we are also reviewing our annual internal audit plan, including risk, and also identify our internal control deficiencies as were alluded by the AG. And on SCM, we are conducting our probity audit on appointment of service providers so that we reduce finding. But we are happy to report that in the last audit cycle, there were no findings in SCM in our municipality, and we'll continuously ensure that we train and capacitate our internal staff, but also functionality of oversight committee and assurance providers. They're the ones that are assisting us. But also, we also want to appreciate the support from national, provincial, Treasury, CoGHSTA, district municipality, and other stakeholders. And we are committed to ensure that we don't drop the ball, and our budget is continuously funded. And on the emerging accounting or audit challenges, I think all of us will agree here, HOD, most of the municipality were still grappling with the issue of the application of GRAP 104, but we are intending to engage with CoGHSTA, but also Treasury is also assisting us, and GRAP 104 deals with the impairment methodology. So those, I think if most of the municipality we can address that, we'll be able to do that. And one of the key findings that we had, it was on GRAP 18, and it was on the recognition of land which we no longer have control over it, but Treasury is also assisting us, and AG, I think we'll be able to address those issues. And on the key achievements to date, we can all recall here that when we started in 2021 financial year, the municipality received a disclaimer audit opinion, and we are happy to be standing before the committee that we are on unqualified audit opinion, and but for that year we received a quality opinion for the predetermined objectives, and in 2021-22 we were unqualified with 10 material findings and qualified audit opinion on predetermined objectives. And on 22-23 we received a qualified again, and even if it looks as if we're stagnant on qualified, but if you can see, there was a significant improvement on material findings, and in that year we received an unqualified opinion on predetermined objectives, and 23-24 it was also qualified, but with only 2 material findings and a clean audit on the predetermined objectives. And for 24-25 it's unqualified, and with matters of emphasis and a clean audit opinion on the predetermined objectives. And I think we are better candidates for the clean audit. We are not like our colleagues that we are not sure whether we'll get a clean audit. And I think this is what we want to. I'm chairing the audit action steering committee meeting, because in my other life, the party that has deployed me is going to assess us on performance based. So I have a good story to tell. So the clean audit, they must just give me that opinion coming the next audit. And yeah, we'll continue to have a funded budget. And one of the key issues is, key achievement is that we did not shy away that we have a problem as an institution, hence we participate on the debt relief by ESCOM, and that write-off of 20.6 million will go a long way in a municipality small as Bela-Bela. And also the smart metering project has assisted us, and we are one of the municipalities that does not owe the water boards. When we got into council, we are also owing almost 38 million. We have paid it off, and we are honoring our agreement, and we have settled Mahalis in March 2025. And one of the key achievements is that the disclaimer that we got, the AFS were prepared externally. So the improvement that we're seeing, it was through our internal capacity. We identified capacity somewhere within our municipalities in Waterberg. We recruited that person, and he came and worked with us. So we have a very good story to tell, but we're not yet there. There's still a lot that needs to be done. But with the support from both Provincial and National Treasury and CoGHSTA and the Portfolio Committee, I think we'll do much better. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor. I told them when you started that a very small municipality with a very big story. I could see them yearning that they were just about to slumber. Not because you were boring, but because the presentation was long and it had to be long so that the story must be complete. Honorable members, Mayor has presented. I think it's that time to interact with the presentation of the Mayor. Honorable Smiley has requested for early release. Don't be surprised if you don't see him here. As well as MEC Mawai has also requested that he be released early. And others that you don't see, they did not talk to me, nor to my colleague. So, delinquency. Thank you very much. Can you engage with Honorable Wilson and Honorable Machete? And I'm not going to follow the line this time because even the hands tell that I don't have to. Honorable Wilson? Or should I start from the far left? Far left? Fine. Honorable?
They're telling me to go ahead, Chair. I just want to say what a lovely way to end a Friday afternoon. After having started off with a rather depressing morning, this is a good way to end a Friday afternoon. I honestly don't have any questions, or while there are minor concerns, there is nothing major in Bela-Bela at all that is concerned. I think compared to a lot of the other municipalities that we are dealing with at the moment, I think I must give kudos to the Mayor. Her presentation was exceptionally thorough. I think they're putting up a good show. I think that they should be considered an example, perhaps, to some of our other municipalities, and perhaps we should be sending them to this Mayor for training. So I hope you've got time, Mayor. There are concerns. They're minor concerns. I kind of get the feeling that the situation there is under control in every aspect at the moment, and I think if we continue on this trajectory, possibly the clean audit is in line. I won't look at the HOD because he will say, you know, but I'm not looking there. But I think what a positive report. I think it was thorough. I think it's very, very clear. I think Bela-Bela is an example, particularly as to the state of the municipalities and the rest of Waterberg particularly, and well done, Mayor. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much once more, our chairpersons. So the mayor and the municipality must know it's not easy to get a positive comment or feedback from my colleague here. So that's why the chairperson is also laughing. So, but the mere fact that you were able to impress her, it says you are on the right track. Now, Mahalakwana has left. And the meeting is here, and they're outside. And how do we learn best practices? If when others are presenting, others are outside. Be that as it may, Chair, the fact of the matter is that I think there's one critical issue. Unfortunately, we're just speaking to Mahalakwana because we wanted to use this one as a case study to speak to Mahalakwana, but I'm happy Waterberg is here to say, I think one of the quick wins or what they took advantage of was when ESCOM says, if you do 1, 2, 3, this is the direction that we're going to take. Now, if you remember when I spoke to Mahalakwana, I made an indication that don't drop the ball if you've got an action plan. Because I think what usually collapses our municipalities is that they draw an action plan, they share with AG most of the time, or they share with the debtors and do not stick to the action plan. But what we are saying is that whoever that will deliver the message, I don't know, but Waterberg is here. So unfortunately, Waterberg's cases may be sound, But I'll always use an example of crying at a wrong funeral. Those issues, you might be having valid issues, valid point, but I think the advice we can give is that if you have to engage CoGHSTA, because unfortunately, the issue of water service authority does not lie with any one of us here, including Provincial Treasury, including Provincial CoGHSTA. I'm sure you should know the route to take if you really want the water service authority, but I can tell you sitting here, it's one battle that you might be wasting your time if you think you can win, given the fact that I think water service authorities can tell you more often than not, even Department of Water and Sanitation feels they can withdraw, working together with, to can withdraw some of the water service authority status. So to can want to grant or award a new one is one battle that we can only wish you good luck, but it's not going to be a winnable one. So for me, now the question becomes, now as we include, because this is the last presentation or engagement, on the fire water bag, and it's not for you to respond. And I'm just saying, because the functions that you have, as you keep on assessing your own assessment, it should be able to tell you. Because for me, I always say, you trust me with a small project so that I'm able to see that you can indeed perform on the bigger one. So how you perform the current functions that you have can only be perhaps a way to win the ones. But I think to Bela-Bela, HOD Brad, they are a candidate of clean audit. And they better not drop the ball. It can't always be about Capricorn District. So we can add here one of those. And let me tell you, it gives more comfort when a water service authority get a clean audit, if you know what I mean. Managing water service authority is not an easy task. But for a water service authority to get a clean audit, I think there's a good story to tell about that municipality. And I agree with Honorable Wilson here. They can be used as a case that Honorable Wilson will see how to interpret it. The Kaspedi will say, it's a proverb verse, right? Yes, and learn. And the only way you can be able to learn, Honorable Mayor Tawia Twala, we spoke a lot about you and you're outside, unfortunately, but as I drop the mic, there's a lot to learn from Bela-Bela. And like I've indicated to you that your action plans, stick to them. But one other thing, chairpersons, we must not always bash the municipalities. When we live here, we are with our colleagues in the legislature. They're not paying, they're not servicing their debts to the municipalities. And bigger contributors here is Public Works and the Department of Education, which I'm leading. You are lucky that I'm the chair of that committee. And I think going back, perhaps the two of us sitting next to each other, we are in the Portfolio Committee of Education. Perhaps it should be a standing item, because these are some of the issues that are collapsing municipalities, for them not to service their debts. I think going back, also, I think it's ourselves. He's sitting here, Public Works Chair, and I hope he's listening. These are some of the things. It's us as the committee that must also help the municipalities to win that battle. Because we can't always talk about the municipalities not servicing their debts, when us as department also, we're not servicing our debts. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Once again, I appreciate the report as presented by the mayor, and I agree to the fact that there are no major issues to raise, because there was logic in relation to what we have said and how you would want to move going forward. So I will appreciate that. But just to say that, let us strengthen all areas that which could bring us down to realize a clean audit. which implies that we must strengthen our audit regime so that it is able to yield the result that we would want to have, to be in the brackets of those who are achieving clean audit. Like I've said, there are no major issues to engage. It's appreciated, but let us just ensure that we deal with areas that could negatively impact on getting a clean audit. And I think from your side, you know of the list of these areas that you must give focus on and be able to get the clean audit. Just as a comment on the issue of Water Service Authority from the district, that struggle from my perspective is that it must continue. You must put every mechanism in place to attain the status of a water service authority. It's within yourself. And I think it's important that that matter be emphasized. That do whatever you can do to ensure that you get the clean audit, the water service authority. From our side, and when we engage, we could easily get a sense in relation to what is it that you are doing to realize that objective. It's only fair that that struggle must continue, and your good self will then indicate as to how far that has gone. I may not have to proceed, but safe to say that we are impressed in the manner in which you have raised your issues. And I think those concerns that you have raised sharply, they must be taken on and see how to finish. Thanks very much.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me join my colleagues in appreciating the report as presented by the Mayor. But I will only refuse to be part of those who won't raise issues with the presentation. Because I guess, yeah, there are some few issues that one can raise and expect the Mayor to give responses to. Let me appreciate the fact that the municipality is utilizing its own tankers to deal with the supply of water to the communities, as it struggled with the issues of bulk services. Really, this is encouraging, and I can safely say it also assists in ensuring that we were able to utilize the few cents that you have in addressing other matters. I would only have one or two questions. On the presentation of the Mayor with regard to the operational revenue, there is the issue of, with regard to the sources, water service charges, which is 6%. I'm just trying to check the municipality as a water service authority. From my own perspective, I think this percentage it's little, man. 6%. Water should be able to assist municipality in terms of its in terms of raising revenue. That's my own perspective, taking it that this municipality water service authority, their contribution in terms of service charges for water, it's little. I guess the municipality might need to check what more can they be able to do to be able to raise a bit more in terms of service charges for water. In the presentation by the mayor, of course, there was an indication to say with regard to repairs and maintenance, the percentage, the norm, it's 8%, but the municipality, it's utilizing, it's 1%, budgeting 1%. I'm just checking how the municipality is managing to deal with issues of maintenance in its area. If they've got a budget of 1% out of the whatever they might be getting. Because I guess that there was also an indication to say the municipality, it's focused on ensuring that they address these matters of maintenance. But I'm just worried how possible is it for them to be able to address most of the issues regarding maintenance out of that 1%. There might be other reasons, of course, that forces the municipality to resort to that, but I guess some sort of improvement with regard to this percentage is very important. So that, because I also align this issue of 1% to the water losses. If water losses in the municipality are at about 47%, which with an acceptable level of 30%, of course it raises the issues of how responsive is the municipality in dealing with matters of maintenance and repairs. Of course, I guess if part of what might be leading to the water losses could be in relation to the aging infrastructure, that would definitely would mean that the municipality must relook into that issue. And the other question that I would want to raise, I don't want the mayor to go home without responding to questions on the presentation. Yeah, with regard to the non-responsiveness pertaining to the advert for the senior manager on economic planning and economic development, which has been re-advertised. I just want to check what is it that the municipality might think could be attributed to the non-responsiveness to that advert. Was the advert in the national newspapers to an extent that everyone who might have an interest might have seen it? Or what could be the issues with the municipality that would stop people from applying? Senior managers to an extent that people feel if they could even apply. I'm just checking what could be the issues from your perspective as the municipality. Lastly, I would want to indicate that it's of importance, of course, that maybe as the committee we need to be privilege with a report with regard to consequence management that might have been taken on the basis of the irregular expenditure that you might have had. We appreciate that matters on that aspect are very minimal, and we would encourage you to proceed in that way. So the reason that might have been given with regard to the irregular expenditure has been indicated that it was non-compliance with supply chain management regulations. Obviously, it's on people. What consequences have been taken against such kind of people? I thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And I want to start by appreciating the presentation as presented by the Mayor. Indeed, there's an indication that there's a good work that is being done in Bela-Bela. And in terms of the challenges, self-delivery challenges, already there are instruments in place to address those issues, like the water distribution losses and also the issue of electricity, where the Mayor spoke about the RT29 smart meter rollout system. So it indicated that indeed it shows that the municipality is really doing a good work. But Mayor, I just want to check, when you were making presentation on financial health, you spoke about the AFS review, annual financial statement review. And then you said you are building internal capacity. But I would just want to check, is that capacity building still in the process? You are not yet at the stage where you are able to prepare the AFS on your own internally as the municipality, because it's confusing. At the end there, you said the issue of the annual financial statement. Okay, you have actually appointed administrator to deal with that actually since 2022-23. So it's confusing to us, because we just want to know if indeed there is that you have already built the capacity, the internal capacity or not. And then another issue that I said, it's the disaster recovery grant. Spoke about the disaster recovery grant. I want to check as to how much for now that was budgeted for and how much has been spent so far, because the way you are presenting it, it is in operation. It is in operation. So I just want to check if you could, take us in confidence in terms of how much was budgeted for and how much has been spent so far. Otherwise with the rest, I think I'm comfortable. And again, the area where I need also to actually upload to the municipality is the ESCOM relief program. That you, actually the agreement that you entered with ESCOM, and you were able eventually, it bore fruit. You no longer owe ESCOM. So it means it's for other municipalities to learn from yourselves as the municipalities. Something that we need to appreciate, because in other municipalities, there are debts with ESCOM. It's ballooning on yearly basis, but with Bela-Bela, at least it has been settled, and that's something that needs to be appreciated, meaning that the rest of the revenue will be focused on what service delivery.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members, for interacting with the presentation from Mayor of Bela-Bela. I also say, honorable Mayor and your team, that the job well done, continue doing good. Indeed, you are a candidate of clean audit. The destination is not far. You are just about to be there. I just want to, because we are now going towards the end of the session, I want to say to Mayor of Mogalakwena, next to you, Acting Mayor MM, who was so pessimistic about the journey to the clean audit. Because the journey starts from the mind. Once you work out on the mindset, all will be in place. I know maybe you have checked the internal challenges. I know one of the challenges are the workers, employees. That area of procurement where you are dealing with finances is an area that you need to these people are very hard to manage. Employees who are used to the institutions are very difficult to handle. I'm sorry to say this, but I've learned that some of us are using the unions as a cover-up for our laziness, but I hope you are at that space, you understand how to handle it. But please turn out your mind, turn it around. It is doable. You are there. You have already passed many hurdles during the presentation of the mayor. We know that Mogalakwena has been on news for wrong reasons, and we understand that we have been working on that to turn it around, and already you are almost there. So sitting here, I can assure you when you go home, Mayor, with the team, Mogalakwena, unqualified and clean audit, I can see them. Kaditola moya. Ba baswana ba kile ba re o bolaya mabela so tshimo batho besho. Se boli se tswela mashimo ka 6 o'clock sa boya ka 6 o'clock ba sa boya sa tshwara selo. Ba ba o shimo ba ya ka 12 o'clock ke ba boya mashaka a date. Ka manje ke na ka gore ke re colleague, you also couple me out, but we are saying relevant. We really appreciate that. We'll come to the end of the day. But we want to appreciate that finally, particularly to our mayors, we really appreciate that you finally honored together your teams. You finally honored our... Oh, by the way.
I think it's an advantage to present during graveyard session. And let me start from the end. I think the disaster recovery grant, the allocation are determined as per the DORA, the Division of Revenue Act allocation. And up to date, as a municipality, remember you are required to submit the reports when disasters happens, and there's a unit specifically that comes and assess. We've been allocated 23 million. It's a conditional grant. We can't make budget provision as an institution because we are not funding it internally. It's as per the allocation, like your MIG, your other grants. So when it comes to annual financial statements, I think, Honorable Member, I also indicated that we are preparing in-house. The review is what we outsource. And part of our agreement with the service providers is building internal capacity, in a sense that we need to be in a position to review our Fs internally without outsourcing. But we are also looking at the possibility of shared services between the district and the institutions in Waterberg. Because if you have Mogalakwena preparing in-house, Tavazimbi, other municipalities, I think as a district will have capacity to assist each other in terms of reviewing, and I think that can also be discussed in our IGR forums as mayors and also at the technical level where municipal managers sit. The other issue was on the non-responsiveness on the position of PED. Remember, the positions of senior managers are regulated, same as the process on how do you advertise. You advertised externally, we did that. And remember, even their packages are regulated. But perhaps it's also important, a chairperson of the portfolio, CoGHSTA, Treasury, to review the determination of upper limits for municipal managers and senior managers. Because when you read the regulations, the minimum package, it's not so attractive. Hence, we are unable to attract the best of the best. So it also depends on the grading of the municipality and the conditions where you could put a person on midpoint or on maximum. So I think we also need to look at that. But now we just checked with our HR. We received 21 applications. We are not sure how many are qualifying. Again, with this issue of unemployment, even people with matric, they do apply. So the number does not say we've attracted the right skills. So the issue of the consequence management report, I think the same report was tabled to council on what happened. In terms of the POPIA, I think it did not have names, but what administration has done, it was clearly detailed in our council meeting. Let me also speak on the issue of the maintenance budget. The 1% of our budget is 24 million. And we have said that in the current financial year, we have increased it to 2%. And I've also spoken about it on one slide that our asset register is sitting at 1.9 billion. So if you want to budget 1% of that, it means we're talking about 990 million, which it will result in our budget not being funded. But we're not saying we're not doing anything. We're doing preventative and reactive maintenance. And most of our projects, especially the WISIC funded projects, we are upgrading our water infrastructure. And with the RBIC, we're improving our roads and stormwater infrastructure. And I think where we are seated as an institution, we are hopeful that we'll be able to cope with the demand and the maintenance. And the 47% was at June 2025. Now, as at end of May, we're sitting at 33% of water losses. And perhaps one of the good stories that we do in Bela-Bela, in service delivery departments, we have a group where the senior managers, the PMT, and every Sunday, those departments, they post their weekly programs. Every day, our phones are flooded with pictures before and after. So even if I want to do monitoring and oversight, I just go to my program, say electrical, they said they'll be working in Krashma Street, let me go and make a 10 there. And indeed, that's what we get, because we want to see return on investment. People are claiming overtime, and if you can't account for that, then it's a problem. And that system is working for us. But also, on the water service charge, that revenue-wise we're receiving 6%. I've also alluded in my presentation that in some of the services we're not breaking even, including water, but as a municipality, we not only rely on Mahali's water. 60% of our water, we get it from Mahali's, 40% is from our own source, including our boreholes. So we are in the process of rehabilitating and building a package plants for purification of our water in that space. So we'll be gradually improving. And the water meters that we are replacing them with smart water meters. So hence the improvement from 47 to 33. And we're not saying it's enough. There's still a lot that needs to be done, but we have a plan in place as a municipality. And yeah, I think I tried to speak to most of the issues, but let me give to my team, because they will claim and for the trip, and they have not said anything in the meeting. So I don't want to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So I'm over to you.
Let me greet the chairpersons, honorable members present, colleagues, mayors present. My name is Tadzi George Ramahaha, municipal manager. I just want on record, Horelena must just say something. The advantage of having the current honorable mayor, whose term is coming to an end, is because she's very fully understanding of everything that's happening in the municipality. Educational qualifications, she's good. Experienced. So she's making my job very, very easy. You can hear when she presents her, she knows her story. So as a MM, I just sit back and claim S&T. But on a lighter note, these achievements from 2021-2022, as a municipality, wouldn't have achieved chairpersons if it was not the support of CoGHSTA, on HOD, my friend, HOD Provincial Treasury, HOD Brett. Thank you so much. Together with all your team members present, DDGs, DG, all of you that are here, the district municipality wouldn't have achieved what we have achieved without their support, and continue to support other municipalities as well. I don't want to say anything, the mayor answered everything. There's nothing to respond or to add. I just want to say thank you to, including members present, Honorable Wilson, thank you very much.
I will always praise success
and give credit where it's due. Thank you very much, Kalebo.
The co-chair was raised by the Holy Spirit. He was moving with speed in terms of wrapping up. So I don't want to start afresh. Let me give it back to him. He wanted to run away.
Thank you very much. You know, I used my energy. At the end, you said, no, not this time. Let me just re-emphasize the issue of appreciation. That Honorable Executive Mayor Michael we really appreciate it, together with your team, with your mayors, for finally acceding to our call that please come and appear before this. I will not use the word someone, I'll just say the invitation. That we invited you to come and join us, and I understand your plights as well. Because you also come across many challenges. Some at times you have raised, but you could have not found any hearing anyway. So with us, though I've learned that I've been removed from education portfolio committee, when Honorable Kakarin was mentioned, members who are in that team, my name was not mentioned. It means I will check, because you can be reshuffled, not be informed, but on a lighter note, as I said. And the T2 HODs, you really appreciated that you had to sit here and listen. Though some of the issues raised, you know them, some might have been new, both Treasury and CoGHSTA. Together with the teams, officials, all of you, honorable members, without these numbers, people were not going to take us serious. By virtue of managing to be here, all of us, and make this a success, I think we will keep on twinning. Honorable Nachifefe will keep on twinning to go and make sure that we make the work of our portfolios possible in the name of servicing our people. It's not the interest to appear on the media just to be seen. We're just saying our people must get services, and that's the reason why we are here, and together we can do more. We're just saying let's join hands and make sure that going forward, when you get a call of this nature, you do the same. Thank you very much. You have seen, which one is that one, Lephalale? We don't normally like that because it's dramatic. But please, let's just talk to our colleagues that let them respect the invitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
An announcement.
The first one, there is an attendance register for stakeholders that is missing. If you have got it with you, please forward it. And thank you. The coordinators, any announcements?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Mayors and colleagues. Lunch is served at Battery, where we have breakfast in the morning. Thank you.